morning. I call the February 24th, 2026 meeting of the Marine Resources Commission to order. All regular business will be heard. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Associate Commissioner Ransom, followed by the invocation led by Associate Commissioner Preston.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's bow. Lord, we want to come to you this morning. We ultimately want to give you thanks in allowing us to be able to gather here at VMRC. And God, we just ask that you please just look over this as we do our very best to look over the dominion that you've trusted us with. So God, we pray for those who work on the waters, God, those who serve us in uniform here at VMRC, and God, everyone that's in this room as far as in the congregation. Lord, we thank you and we praise you. And it's in his name, amen.
Amen. All right, first item on the agenda today is the approval of the agenda. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff to the current agenda? Chief Kenyon.
I do have one on agenda number 18. Ms. Jennifer Hume did call ahead and indicate she would not be able to be here at the February meeting, and she indicated that she would like to push that to March.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move to adopt the agenda as recommended by staff.
Second.
And, okay, movement, Mr. Bransom, second, Ms. Kellum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Minutes, are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff for the December 2nd, 2025 commission meeting minutes? Seeing none, take a motion. This is the easiest motion there is, guys.
Move to approve.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed,
Abstain.
no. Have abstention from Associate Commissioner Headley, and I also will abstain as I was not sitting at that time. All right, at this time, I'll swear in the VMRC staff and VIM staff that would be speaking or presenting testimony during the meeting. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Have a seat. Chief Owen, I understand we have introduction of some new staff members.
Mr. Chris, members of the commission, good morning. I have two new staff members that joined us last summer. It's the first opportunity to be here today. On my left is Hannah Keeler. To the best of my knowledge, our first Midwesterner in the division. She grew up in Minnesota and Wisconsin, surrounded by fresh water. She got the bug, went to the University of Washington in Seattle, and then when she graduated there, she made her way east. And we were looking to grab her. She is your new compliance officer, and man, is she busy. On the left of her, Olivia Upton. While Olivia was going to the University of Lynchburg, she interned all 4 years for us during her summer winter breaks. We were lucky enough to attract her attention. She got her degree there in the Master's in Environmental Science and Sustainability, and she was a successful candidate. We hired her, and she hit the ground running because she was very familiar with our program. So I'd like to welcome her.
That's great. I don't know if I'm supposed to be excited that compliance is really busy or not, but we're going to find out in this room. Chief Kenyon, I understand you have a staff member to introduce.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner and Associate Commissioners. This is Beth Farhola. She is the newest employee of the Shellfish Management Division. She is the lead administrator for your private leasing program, which will include all lease applications, transfers, and renewals. So far, she's been doing a great job picking it up here in the first 3 weeks, and we are very happy to have her, as it's a really big program to run.
Good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Welcome. All right. He gets pause taken. Next up on our agenda, permits, projects over $500,000 with no objections, with staff recommendations for approval. Deputy Chief.
Good morning, members of the commission. It's good to be back. It's been some time since Habitat's been in the room. My name's Justin Worrell. I'm the Deputy Chief of Habitat Management. I'm going to summarize the page 2 items for you. Again, these page 2 items are listed on the agenda because the project impacts to state-owned submerged lands exceed $1 million in cost. So first, we have the Department of Navy is requesting authorization to hydraulically renourish the beach within Public Works Cove situated along the Chesapeake Bay at Joint Expeditionary Base Little Creek Fort Story in Virginia Beach. Approximately 120,000 cubic yards of sand dredged per cycle will be placed channelward of mean low water along this shoreline. 2B, Department of Wildlife Resources is requesting authorization to expand and raise the existing riprap breakwaters previously installed under a recent VMRC permit along the shoreline of Ragged Island Wildlife Management Area. This will include additional sand nourishment and wetlands plantings, danger marker piles, and oyster reef defender structures, and it's situated along the James River in Isle of Wight. 2C, Fairwinds Landing is requesting authorization to construct a 200-foot by 17-foot commercial floating dock adjacent to properties situated along the main stem of the Elizabeth in the city of Norfolk. In this case, staff recommends recommends approval with a royalty of $7,200 for the encroachment of 3,600 square feet of state-owned submerged lands at a rate of $2 per square foot. 2D, Dominion Terminal Associates is requesting authorization to hydraulically or mechanically maintenance dredge up to 80,000 cubic yards of state-owned submerged land on an as-needed basis to maintain depths of 57 feet mean low water as previously authorized by VMRC permit 20-0320 adjacent to Dominion's Pier number 11 along the James River in Newport News. The dredge material will be transported via barge to Craney Island or Shirley Plantation. Now, the next two projects, 2E and 2F, are listed on here because they have tidal wetlands impacts. And in both of these cases, the tidal wetlands impacts are occurring in counties or localities that have no wetlands board. So you will be serving as the wetlands board. 2E, Nancy Longest, is requesting authorization to extend an existing timber groin 20 feet landward and to construct an 8-foot spur on the channelward end adjacent to 155 Point Breeze Lane, situated along the Rappahannock River in Essex County. In this case, we're recommending an approval with the royalty of a whole $8 for the encroachment of 8 square feet of state-owned submerged bottom at a rate of $1 per square foot. Again, this requires a subaqueous and a tidal wetlands permit. And finally, 2F, Norfolk Southern Railway Company is requesting authorization to conduct bridge repairs on an existing railroad crossing of the Pamunkey River between New Kent County and King William County by installing 14 helper bench structures. Staff is recommending approval with a time of year restriction of February 15th through June 30th for the protection of anadromous fish and the use of ramp-up procedures and cushion blocks for steel pile driving activities to protect native fish populations. Again, this project requires a VMRC subaqueous and wetlands permit. It's worth noting that the New Kent Wetlands Board has already approved this, but King William has no wetlands board, so that's why it's on. And we can answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Have a motion?
Motion to approve page 2 items.
Second.
Second. Motion by Mr. Headley, second by Mr. Bransom. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. All right, moving on. Consent agenda items. We have no consent agenda items for the agenda today. Closed meeting for consultation with or briefing by the council. Do we have need for a closed meeting today?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Now, public comment. This is for anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda today. You may please come forward. Anyone who wants to speak on an item not on the agenda? Oh, sir? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record.
Nathan Everett.
Mr. Everett, how can we help you?
Good morning. The weather we've had this year has had a major impact since the 1st of January on several different fisheries. I'm gonna stick to the gillnet and rockfish situation right now. We were kind of hoping that the commission would consider an extension of the over 28-inch fish, rockfish retention, and maybe extend that like 2 weeks to cover, you know, during the time that the bay was frozen and that now the markets have been closed. I believe it was in the past, the season did not close until like the end of March or the 1st of April. So I don't think it's anything that's unusual. But yet with the tags not being available to the fishermen until the middle of January, we lose 2 weeks of fishing. So moving forward, you know, into next year, if we could look at the fishermen be able to start at the beginning of the year, it might help eliminate that problem, considering the bay normally freezes between January 15th and February 15th. So it's just all in an effort for us to be able to catch more of our quota and utilize those larger rockfish. If the commission has any questions, be glad to entertain that now.
Say members of the board wish to make comment or ask a question, Mr. Everett.
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Commissioner. This is a real sincere need, and something as far as from our agency here should address. We just looked at a lot of the spawning breaches up in the Rappahannock just thawed out last week, and that water will not get warm enough in enough time for the fishermen in that area to actually have a catch this year. So, I mean, it has been done in the past. It's something that we, as a board commission, should certainly support or at least look into as far as being able to provide some assistance.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
I guess this would actually be something we'd deal with on an emergency basis for this particular year. And considering the time frame, I don't want to speak out of turn. You guys would definitely be the ones to know, but I think we'd have to handle it here to get something done in time.
Mr. Hadley.
What is the current date in March right now that the size limit goes down?
I believe it's March 15th.
And if I'm not mistaken, if we do make an emergency regulation and it passes, it's only good for 30 days.
It is only good for 30 days. However, if you allow, like Chief Kenyon, can you give a little background, if you have it available, since this is coming up a little bit cold, on the March 15th date, please?
So currently, Regulation 252-150 has that date set at March 15th. That was originally put in 2019 as a response to Amendment 6 for striped bass as a mitigation factor for reducing catch as they were in an overfish status. Not only did they reduce the recreational catch limit and the 1 fish per day, but they also reduced the commercial quota. Since then, we have had an update to the stock assessment in 2024. That stock assessment still indicates that striped bass are overfished, and we are currently going through Addendum 7 to address that as well. So this specifically for the overfish status affects spawning stock biomass, and that is why that March 15th date is in place to protect those larger fish through their spawning.
Chief Kenyon, to be clear, we are still in that status, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board, comments?
I guess I just have one, and Mr. White to my left had, I don't know if he still has a question, but the temperature and salinity play a factor into that March 15th date that we've set as far as a commission to follow. In just kind of in logical terms, like that's generally about the time when the water's salinity levels and temps would provide the prime opportunity for those larger fish, March 15th and thereafter, to come in for spawning. Is am I right? Or somewhere close, don't know.
Yes, and there's recognition that those water temperatures and salinities will change year to year.
Sure.
This has been
Yeah.
implemented for a number of years.
Yeah, understood.
Did you say that we're still in the overfished status?
That is correct, sir.
Is any, is any backup to that, or is it based on last year, or?
It is based on the 2024 stock assessment update, which the driver of that is the spawning stock biomass, which these 1+ fish and larger fish make up.
I guess maybe one more comment, sir?
One more comment, sir.
And I promise my last, sir. Just to address the overfish, all of the quotas that are given out in our seasons currently are based off of what our overfish status is. Essentially, we've made adjustments to adjust to that, the overfishing in regards to commercial and or recreational. So the watermen currently have is based off, their quotas are based off of what we have permitted them to do under an overfish. We have made adjustments based off of that. So we're not asking, essentially, he's not asking, I say he is not asking for something that's necessarily out the ordinary or asking for more catch. He's just asking if he can try to make an attempt at his catch.
Correct. In 2019, we did make adjustments for an overall 18% reduction
That's
across recreational and commercial, which did have a reduction in both the coastal and bay quota for striped bass, which we still have those quotas in place.
Is there any way of knowing, just for the commercial side of this, for the extra 2 weeks to increase it, the 2-inch, to go to the increase on the length, excuse me, on the length, is any way of knowing what we're talking about in numbers of fish or how that would impact?
No, I don't have that available.
Okay. Mr.
Question,
Branson.
Commissioner? Thank you, sir. Chief, how has been the rockfish commercial quota reporting been thus far?
It's been pretty good. I mean, different areas are impacted differently. We have had reports out of the James and the Rappahannock that people are catching fish and they are readily available. That doesn't mean that there aren't impacts by water temperature or ice, but it does mean that there is product on the market as well.
And as far as attaining the quota, well short?
Reports are due by the 5th of the following month, so I don't have
We wouldn't
up-to-date
know.
accurate information to project that quota.
We're very early into this year, and it's
Right.
calendar year quota. So, any other questions, comments,
Yes,
Mr. White?
What's your name, the fish, that you came up to talk?
Nathan Everett.
Okay, Nathan, are there any others in your industry that, I mean, you're the only one here. If there'd have been 20 people standing here, then we may look at that differently.
I'd like to apologize, for bringing this up cold. I understand that it's hard to deal with things like that, but this is an emergency request, because of the weather we, just now dealt with over the past 2 or 3 weeks. So there really wasn't any other time to bring this up. If anybody noticed, like up north, the markets have been closed down, shut down up, in New York because so you can't, there's no need to catch fish if you can't move them kind of deal. That's why there's nobody else here. I mean, the ones that are able to fish, this was the first day. I mean, I'm taking a pretty good hit as far as coming down here and dealing with this as well as other issues. Because the weather has finally gotten to where those boys can get out to their nets again. I mean, that's why there's nobody here. So yeah, there's other people affected. I'm just kind of speaking on behalf of several fishermen.
So just a little background for the board, and I appreciate Mr. Everett coming here today and presenting this. I definitely have concerns about what the ice impacts have been to the industry this year. Last fall, some of you may recall, the States Marine Fisheries Commission was poised to actually do about a 12% reduction to all our quotas again, which would have been another hit to the industry and to the recreational industry as well. They backed off of that last October based mostly on an economic argument, not to do anything more when it wasn't enough bang for the buck for the reduction. So that is something that's in play, but that meeting was very much focused on the fact that the spawning stock biomass estimates, which is what's driving our projections, is still not looking like we're gonna get a full recovery by 2030, which is what was the drive for them looking at another reduction. So as much as I understand this request, knowing what we are working with at the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission on this issue, and that spawning stock biomass is a driving discussion topic there, anything that we would do here in Virginia that might look as if we're opening up on the potential spawning stock at that time that's protected, probably would not be well received. And, you know, we have a larger role in that thing to keep our quotas where they are and not let them go any further. So I just want to make note of that for the board. You know, this is a bigger topic just for us, and we do have the other states that we have to work cooperatively with. So,
For the sake of time, I'd just like to also add or remind you that there's two parts to this. I understand it was kind of a cold subject, bringing it up at the last minute. You know, even though that was out of our hands, the idea of moving forward and not going into that spawning range, we could gain 2 weeks by simply giving us our tags at the first of the year, so we could utilize the entire season instead of just waiting around for really just staff to be able to, not taking anything away from staff. I understand they're doing the best they can around the holidays, you know, but, you know, if we have a year now, if you guys could encourage FMAC to address this issue, we could gain 2 weeks before, you know, statistically the Bay freezes between January 1st and January 15th.
yeah, Mr. Everett, let me just speak to that issue as well for your benefit. I understand it's a long-standing comment about the January 15th date for staff. One thing to do note, though, is that because we do derive our quota from the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, it is sometimes not until that fall meeting that we know what that quota might be. And that does sometimes delay us on what our orders are gonna be, because we're trying also to be cost efficient in our orders and how we're doing everything. Not saying, though, that we can't have that discussion internally again at staff to try and get you to January 1st. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there has been other factors, not just staff would like to do it on January 15th is a longstanding issue.
If we could just get that pushed to FMAC, that'd be great to at least consider.
Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions from the board?
I guess I'll make a comment of just my own prediction. By not allowing a catch of 28 inches or larger to go beyond in March 16th throughout the end of the month of March or what, the increase of fish 28 inches and below will drastically increase 100%. So that anyone holding a quota will have to catch that many more times of fish that will become spawning stock at a given point in time. So as, I'm not trying to make myself out to be a scientist, this is common sense. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, also, along those lines, it doesn't mean that you won't interact with those larger fish.
That's correct.
And utilizing them versus 2 to 1 or 3 to 1.
Yes. Or dump these larger fish.
All right. All right, Ms. Yes.
Commissioner,
Branson.
maybe you can clarify, or council can clarify the whole process of an emergency regulation. I know a 30-day window comes into play. If perhaps, Kelsey, if you could explain, you know, if we were to enact an emergency regulation today, it's basically gives you, if it's a 30-day window that you can enact it, you get 9 days, not 2 weeks, because that would expire in 30 days, correct?
Yes, so any emergency regulation is only in effect for 30 days unless a public hearing is held to extend it. It also requires that in an emergency, the adoption of a regulation is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, and welfare, or the protection of the seafood industry, natural resources, or marine organisms. So we would need to make that finding, and regardless, the regulation would expire in 30 days.
Which would be March 24th.
Yes.
However, effective date.
Yeah.
Yeah, That's the one clarifying thing. This commission could have the effective date
Oh,
be
some
a
other
later
date.
date to start the 30-day clock. That has happened in the past. So just to be clear about that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
All right.
thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, that's a good question. All right, seeing nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Everett. I believe I'm going to see you later today.
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for being here. Any other public comment on items not on the agenda? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
J.C. Hudgens, Virginia Watermen's Association. Good morning, Commissioner and Associate Commissioners. I would just like to reiterate that the Virginia Watermen's Association does support this extension. Everyone should realize that Virginia is on a hard tack. I believe it's what, 850,000 pounds, 860,000 pounds. I think Mr. Everett has given you all the reasons. There's no need for me to go back over that again, but we certainly feel this is necessary as due to the conditions this year. So, and I'll be glad to answer any questions for y'all.
Any questions for a speaker from the board? Not seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hudgens. Anyone else? Items not on the agenda? On once, going. Are you coming up, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Leland Withrow. I'm from Coastal Virginia. I'm 19 years old, and my dad is Brian Withrow. Since I was 5 years old, I've been out there working with him. And I had the opportunity to purchase a commercial waterman's and oyster license. I worked extra hours to be able to purchase that license.
Sir, you're on the agenda today,
Yes.
this afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon I am?
You're at the end.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
Chief Kenyon will get you
So
straightened out.
So sorry.
No problem, you're fine. Last call, items not on the agenda. Seeing none. All right, we're gonna move. Got a full agenda today, ladies and gentlemen. Recommendations, Alicia Nelson, recommendations for the Commercial Fishing Advisory Board.
Good morning.
Good morning. As we all know, when Alicia comes up, it usually has something to do with money.
So I have two to share with you today, but we will try to be brief. So good morning. This is a recommendation from our Commercial Fishing Advisory Board. That board advises the commission on expenditures from what we like to call our Commercial License Fund, officially titled the Marine Fishing Improvement Fund, which is made up of the sales of saltwater commercial fishing licenses in Virginia. They met last virtually on December 18th of last year and reviewed one funding proposal from that fund. This request is for $175,262. The PI is Tajaneski from the Virginia Commonwealth University. It provides 1 year of funding for a manager to serve as the ocean-based fisheries coordinator for the agency. This is direct support for our agency for ocean fisheries issues, advises us on things related to wind development, and includes funding for subcontracted technical and legal assistance. This represents a multi-year effort. I believe we've been to you at least 3 times for funding requests. Some have been extended, but funding for this program and all of our programs with this fund are 1 year at a time. The CFAB voted to recommend the funding for this project, and we received 3 letters of support, and we received 1 more this morning, so there are 4 on your list for that program. So the CFAB recommended funding this project, the offshore ocean planning proposal from the Marine Fishing Improvement Fund, totaling $175,262. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Okay. Seeing none. Do I have a motion from the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any objections? Seeing none. Motion's approved. Thank you.
All right,
Next item.
going to stay.
The application, this is going to be the Waterway Maintenance Fund.
Yes. Hi, good morning again. So this presentation actually constitutes the next 2 items of your agenda, and we are going to be reviewing a new funding source for us, the Waterways Maintenance Fund. And with this, we'll talk about 2 action items. One is consideration of the adoption of our guidance document, and the other is review of our first application. The Virginia Waterway Maintenance Grant Program was established by the General Assembly in May 2018. That's funded by the Waterway Maintenance Fund. And that purpose is to address that funding gap for maintaining the state's shallow draft channels. That would be identified as water depth of 14 feet or less, and referring to rural coastal waterways that have established navigable channels. This administration was initially administered by the Virginia Port Authority, and recently in March 2025, the General Assembly transferred that administration from the Port Authority to VMRC effective July 1 of last year. And VMRC formally adopted that administrative authority in August. And that formal adoption means that all of the projects that are underway currently that were previously approved by the Port Authority are now being administered by this agency. A typical process and schedule that we expect, and this is an expectation because we're relatively new in this process, will be that all requests for funding will be made by February 1st. Those funds will then be allocated by this board at the April meeting, so we can expect that annually in April, with funds available to applicants by July 1st, which is the start of the state fiscal year. Prior to actual allocation of funds, those applicants will enter an MOU with our agency. That's where we'll establish the specific requirements for the grants. Also in our guidance document, there is a provision for requests to be made out of that schedule if those applications can describe the nature of the emergency, the consequences of non-funding, and why that typical schedule cannot be met. Our grant program guidelines for the administration of both the program and the fund entered into a public review process last year. So that was all completed in August of 2025. A summary of those public comments and how they were addressed is all included in your packet. And that document you received in your packet is the final from that process. So while there's no formal requirement for you all to vote on that guidance document, we are asking you to formally adopt that guidance document. And that's because this will be what we will be using for this and all of our upcoming applications for this program. It's consistent with how we've done it in the past. And just to note that this is relatively new for us, so any changes in this guidance document means that it'll be kicked back to that public review process, which we'll complete and then come back to you to do this again. So we do ask for that action if you're prepared to do so today to adopt that guidance document.
Any questions or comments from Ms. Nelson? Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt the guidance document for staff's benefit?
Move to approve and accept the guidance document.
Mr. Bransom,
Second.
Mr. Headley, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, ayes have it.
All right, thank you. So
Next agenda item.
moving on. So the reason that we discussed a little bit about that emergency provision in here is that we have received an application from the Northern Neck Planning District Commission. They submitted that in January, requesting consideration for emergency maintenance dredging of the Little Wicomico River. That applicant is here today, so I will let them review that with you. And that is more typical of this. I think you will see many more applicants coming to you directly versus a board with our other projects. One important note is that this project is currently in the process of securing their permits through their JPA. So any funding decision here is contingent upon that project securing all of those necessary permits. That's consistent with how we handle construction projects with something like our recreational license fund. Typically, these processes are happening at the same time. So while they're securing funding, we typically use that contingent on those necessary permits when we do vote on funding.
Okay, I understand the applicant is here and has a presentation.
Yep, and so staff has reviewed this and determined no deficiencies. The applicant has satisfied our guidance document for both applications and the emergency consideration. They're requesting $2.6 million, and the full application is in your packet, including their letters of support. There are also sufficient funds for this request for what's been transferred. And I will get that ready for
Okay, who's presenting for the applicant?
Mr. Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis. Davis, state your name and position for the record, please.
It's Jerry Davis. I'm the Executive Director of Northern Neck Planning District Commission.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You're afforded 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you all so much for this opportunity. Good morning. So my name is Jerry Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Northern Act Planning District Commission. And if you don't know, that the Planning District, we're one of 21 planning districts in Virginia, established by the Virginia General Assembly back in 1969. Our purpose is to work with our member localities, which are members of the 4 counties of the Northern Neck, and our purpose is to promote and encourage regional cooperation among our members, and to provide them with planning and technical support in a wide range of areas, which we do in the Northern Neck. But one thing that we've been involved with, dating back to 2011, when we completed, in cooperation with the Corps of Engineer offices, both the Baltimore and Norfolk districts, 2011 shallow draft navigation and sediment management plan. And the whole purpose of that is we wanted to provide our counties, the information they would need to properly plan for and determine how to finance dredging projects going forward. This was all done because we were getting indications that federal funding to support these kind of dredging projects may not be there in the future, or at least be less than what was used to. So that was in 2011, and our localities used that for their use. When the Waterway Maintenance Program was established in 2023, we have since then received a series of planning grants from that fund to do more planning. It's been done in phases. The phase 1 plan looked at all 142 water bodies in the Northern Neck and gathered data. Again, the purpose was to supply information to our county so they could properly plan for and determine how to finance dredging projects. So that was phase 1, looking at all 142 water bodies. Of those 142 water bodies, 13 of those are federal channels. At the completion of phase 1, we took that data, and with the county's input and cooperation, we were able to narrow that list of water bodies down to 19 that moved to a phase 2 level of study, getting in more detail on those water bodies. And these 19 water bodies were selected by our counties as being higher priority counties that would be at the highest priority for dredging. A lot of these, or all of these, had some kind of a economic development component, economic impact component into it to determine why they were higher priority water bodies. So that was phase 2. Then we moved to a phase 3, again, more detailed studies where you get into sampling, preliminary engineering. And from that list of 19, we asked the counties to give us your most highest priority waterway. And we were able to get that list narrowed down to 5 waterways that moved to the phase 3 level of study, which was the most in-depth study, where at the end of that phase, we would actually have developed JPAs, joint permit applications, and 408s if necessary on the federal channels, completed at the end of that phase. And we're in the final stages of that phase right now for these 5 waterways. It ended up being 5 waterways because we asked each county to give us your highest priority waterway, so they each gave us their highest priority. We added a 5th waterway because we had conversations with the Corps of Engineers who had interest in doing some survey work on the Little Wicomico River. And they wanted to work with us. They'd heard about our study, wanted to work with us, so we were not duplicating efforts And that's what we did. So, of those 5 waterways, the Little Wicomico River ended up being designated as our highest priority waterway. And that's why we're here today, to address the Little Wicomico River. So, our proposal is to address channel dredging and beneficial use placement for the Little Wicomico River project. A couple of notes I want to make is that the Northern Planning District, in partnership with Northumberland County, our partner, we have made previous application for federal funds for this project, but there are no federal funds available, and we've not been successful in that. The federal funding for dredging is just not there through the Corps offices anymore. And the other thing I want to point out is that we have submitted the JPA and the 408 back in December 19th. Those are under review. I think we've already got approval for the 408 already. And just want to point out that during this process, that some of the numbers may change based on the input we're getting from the review agency. So just want to point that out. So this is a project overview. Again, the purpose is to restore navigation to the Little Wicomico River, the channel. The project involves maintenance dredging of the Little Wicomico River Federal Navigation Channel to restore navigable depths for safe vessel passage. Maintenance dredging targets critical shoaling areas to ensure continued maritime access. This is some of the dredging information. The channel length is 2,740 feet. The width is 150 feet. Total area is 411,000 square feet. The target depth, 8 feet, with an over depth of 2 feet. And again, allowing the restoring the safe keel clearance. The material involved in this is that the dredge material is estimated to be 36,900 cubic yards. 100% of that dredge material, which has tested out to be 94% sand, will all be used for beach placement.
You're about 2 minutes, Mr. Davis.
Okay, this is our dredging area. You can see the area of the channel, the limit of dredging, and the part of the channel, inner channel, that's not part of this project. There's no need for dredging in the lower channel. Again, all of this material will be placed on, the placement area is a beach area south of the channel. One site, the upper site, right adjacent to the channel, is 58,100 square feet. And the other one is 32,300 square feet, just below that. What are the consequences of not funding this project? This is an emergency request that we're making. Not to be over dramatic, but there is a potential loss of life involved because we have a Smith Point Sea Rescue Group that operates out of that, and they've had times where because of the shoaling and they haven't been able to navigate out of the channel. So when you have vessels that need to be rescued and the group can't get to them, that's a serious situation. We the continued shoaling, we could subject to total river closure without intervention. The shoaling of the channel and permanent breach of the jetty wall will lead to total closure of the river to navigation. Economic collapse. Local marinas have already reported losing business because boats can no longer traverse the navigational channel. Non-funding threatens the livelihoods of watermen, oyster growers, and seafood processors who depend on this federal channel. And infrastructure decay. So that's it. We're requesting 2.7, I'm right on time, 2.6 million is what we're asking from the fund. And thank you so much.
Mr. Davis, I appreciate it. We've had a chance to talk a few times about this project. Is there any questions from members of the board? Mr. Branson?
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Davis, thank you for the presentation. When was the last time this channel was dredged?
I think it was 2015. It was dredged by the Corps of Engineers.
And you're estimating that this might be required about every 10 years? Or is that an overestimation?
Well, I'll tell you, one reason, when they dredged it in 2015, the placement area was north of the channel. Now, what happens is a lot of that sand from north of the channel, because of weather events and natural, that tends to get back into the channel. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons we selected the placement area south of the channel, a couple of reasons. One is that area needs to be renourished, but it's also, it's less likely that material, that beach area would make its way back up into the channel. So we're thinking that this project, the way it's been planned, the placement, that we'll get a longer life of the channel than 10 years, so. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
On one of the drawings that I'm looking at, it shows that this dredging goes through some private and public oyster leases. How is that handled?
The county, Northumberland County, is communicating and have been in contact with the owners of those oyster leases to get their, and it's my understanding that they're okay and will execute the required lease or approvals for this project to go forward.
When they dredge it, do they dredge the oysters with it? And how does that impact when they take it out and put it on the beach out in front of these neighbors' houses and all these oyster shells? No.
If I can call on, I have with me Mark Mansfield. Mark Mansfield is with Shore Consulting. He's one of our consultants with the study. Mark, do you have
Mr. Davis, hold up a second. Mr. Davis, hold up.
I'd like to comment to answer Mr. White's question. In the channel going down Little River, yes, there is oyster leases that have been taken up, but not in the channel do they utilize the bottom. It's more on the outside of the channel that they utilize it. So when they do dredge a channel, it won't be interfering with anything that they have put on the bottom.
Okay, well, the drawing I'm showing just shows the lease
Yes,
all
sir.
the way through the channel, and
Yes, sir.
that's all I can see.
Yes, sir.
No, that's a good question.
I mean, if the lessors are fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be a stumbling block down the road.
Yes, sir.
Right, and that's all going to be part of the permitting process as well. So this is just, of course, for the grant funding. This is not for the permitting aspect of this project, totally separate process. So any other questions for Mr. Davis? Seeing anybody? Okay. Mr. Davis, have a seat. I may be calling you back up in a minute. This is a public hearing. Who's here in favor of speaking in favor of this? I kind of thought so. So we're gonna do this as a group. Please stand if you're in favor. We'll swear you in together, and then we're gonna start getting public comment. So, do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. First speaker, please come to the podium. The rest, please line up. Please, if the speaker before you has already made a comment or has stated something that you're about to say the same thing, just agree with the comment and state your name for the record, so we can keep the brevity in this a little bit. We appreciate y'all's willingness to be here today. Please begin your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Maynard.
Okay, the 3 minutes on the clock, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Griss and Associate Commissioners of the Virginia Marine Resources Commission. I live on the Little Wicomico River, and I'm here as organizer of Dredge Little Wicomico Jetty, Virginia, which is a grassroots, nonpartisan coalition of almost 1,400 Virginians, which includes watermen, charter captains, marina owners, oyster growers, and public safety volunteers who depend on this channel every day. We are not paid lobbyists. We are Virginians, all of us volunteers, and asking you to please support emergency dredging because public safety, navigation, and working waterfront access depend on it. Many of us are here today wearing yellow because we want to underscore a clear message. This dredging needs to occur now. For more than 400 years, Little Wicomico has provided access to the Chesapeake Bay near Smith Point. In 1935, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers built the jetty to guarantee that access. As Virginia's northernmost gateway to the Chesapeake Bay, the Little Wicomico supports commercial watermen, seafood processors, charter operations, marinas, more than 800 docks and ramps, 650 acres of oyster leases, 123 miles of shoreline, if you count all the tributaries, and thousands of recreational boaters. It also serves as a critical safe harbor for vessels transiting the Chesapeake Bay. It has not been dredged since 2014. Shallowing has reduced it to unsafe levels, narrowed the entrance, and currently navigation is unpredictable and tide dependent. Today you'll hear from members of our coalition. Volunteers have invested hundreds of hours coordinating easements, completing permit materials, documenting public support, and aligning stakeholders. The county, regional partners, and citizens are unified, and this project is ready for funding. We respectfully ask for your approval today. Thank you for your service to the Commonwealth of Virginia and for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And please, again, if you would, if y'all could just line up, would save some time from your name, sir.
My name is Bill Turville. I'm a retired Navy captain and a captain with Smith Point Sea Rescue. I've got buddy Sylvia here with me this morning. He's been with Sea Rescue for over 30 years. He's our senior boat captain. As many of you might know, Smith Point Sea Rescue is the single maritime search and rescue organization in Northumberland. We provide support to the sheriffs of Northumberland, Lancaster, and Westmoreland County, and we're tasked by the Coast Guard out of Baltimore and Norfolk. We cover our area of influence. Our area of responsibility runs from Ragged Point around to Windmill Point and across to Smith Island. We have boats on the Accomack River up off the Potomac. We have boats at Smith Point Marina, and down in Reedville to cover that area. We don't think it's a shoaling. We look at the closure of the jetties at the Little Wicomico right now as a safety issue. Because of that, we've had to move our boat from Smith Point Marina down to Reedville because we're unable to ensure we have access to the Chesapeake Bay coming out of the Little Wicomico because it's closed. We think it's pretty much closed to all deep water draft boats. Some of the fishermen can get in and out, and some of the recreation, but for us, it's closed. In moving our boat to Reedville, it's increased our response time to emergencies in the Central Bay area and the mouth of the Potomac as much as 45 minutes. It takes us that long to get from Reedville up. And we don't get any help from the Coast Guard up at St. Indigo's or down at Milford Haven because their response time is even longer to get to the mouth of the Potomac, where about 25% of our work is done in the summertime there. For us, response time is key. Our motto is there when needed. And if you're not there on time, you're probably not needed. April 1st, 2023, Smith Point Sea Rescue pulled 8 live people out of the waters about 6 miles east of Reedville. And we were able to do that because our response time was short. They were only about 6 miles east of us. We found them pretty quickly, and we got them aboard. The water temperature at that time was 49 degrees, and even at that time, about half of them were mild to moderate hypothermia. In addition to the safety aspects for that, transit boaters going up and down the Potomac, the Chesapeake Bay in the summertime now no longer have a safe haven to duck into when weather at the mouth of the Potomac is bad, and that happens very quickly. Now they must go on down to Reedville, which is another 2 hours, 3 hours for sailboats, 2 hours for motorboats. Smith Point Sea Rescue looks at the what we consider the closure of the jetties at Smith Point.
Sir,
as a
if you could
safety
start
hazard.
wrapping it up, your 3 minutes are up.
We urge the VMRC to support the emergency dredging, maintenance dredging of the jetties in the Little Wacomico River.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
sir. Mr. Hudgens?
Good morning again, Commissioner, Associate Commissioners, J.C. Hudgens. I'm President of the Virginia Watermen's Association. I'm here today on behalf of working watermen and VWA members who depend directly on safe access through the Little Wicomico River Jetty, including Little Wicomico Oyster Company, Purcell Seafood Company, Fat and Happy Oyster Company, along with the bait fishermen and vessel operators who use this jetty, plus 4-pound netters. For watermen, the entrance is not optional infrastructure. It is how we reach the Chesapeake Bay to make a living. For generations, commercial fishermen, oyster growers, crabbers, and bait fishermen have relied on this entrance to safely access open water and the fishing areas in the bay just outside the jetty. This is an emergency. Shoaling is severe and the channel is now a narrow, shallow, shifting path. Boats are grounding, trips are being canceled, gear is being damaged, and watermen are losing fishing days. Oyster growers are losing tidal flow to 650 acres of productive leases, and bait fishermen are facing challenges accessing the pound nets right outside of the jetty because it's no longer safe to operate. These are real, immediate impacts on working people. Many of the businesses represented here are multi-generational operations, some 6th-generation waterman families. These are Virginia livelihoods tied directly to this entrance. This working waterfront is also a part of the Northern Neck Heritage Area, which was established specifically to preserve and promote the region's maritime heritage. Without navigable access, that heritage cannot survive in practice. On behalf of the Virginia Watermen's Association, I urge this commission to support emergency dredging of the Little Wicomico River Jetty. Failure to restore navigable access will cause permanent economic loss to Virginia and the families who depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hudgens. Just please note, again, this is for the funding. This is not for the permits.
Okay.
There is a difference.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
okay?
All right.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Again, please, if you're repeating some comments for brevity, we would appreciate it. Just state your name, sir.
My name is Daniel Hickey. I'm the owner with my wife of Smith Point Marina. And of course, we back up all the comments that have been made.
Appreciate
Smith Point
that.
Marina is taking a major economic hit. I mentioned to somebody that after 28 years of business, another 2 years of this will be closed. And there's not much else to say. So, of course, we support the funding, and we appreciate your support, and we know you'll do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for the brevity. It's very much appreciated. Next speaker, please. State your name for the record.
Richard Harding, Purcell Seafood.
Mr. Harding.
Commissioners, Commissioner, appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I'm not going to reiterate the stuff that's already said, but I'm Vice President of Purcell Seafood. We've been there for 50 years. We have a lot of oyster ground on that river. It's very important. We've been there since it's thick and thin. It's thick right now. It's very, very important to keep that flow of water going in so the oysters can live and thrive. Right now, being closed, we plant shells for the state on blackberry hang. We have to take the shells around the Great Wicomico and put them on a truck, put them on a barge, which takes more time and money. So that's it. And also we have grounds on Great Wicomico. We bring seed from Great Wicomico and we come through that jetties and we can't now. We have to do it by truck. So that's one point. I want to reiterate, Mr. White brought up about leaseholders. You're looking at them. And I've already been in the process with the county, and Mr. Headley said it right. We don't use that channel, so it would be no problem whatsoever. So I appreciate your time, and I'm 125% in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Appreciate your time and your brevity. Next, please.
Good morning. I'm Ariane Whittemore Carpenter. I represent the Sherwood Forest Shores Homeowners Association. I'm on the board of directors. Sherwood Forest Shores is the largest community on the Little Wicomico River. We have about 1,000 residents living in our community. A number of them drove 2 hours today to be here to show their support for this effort. Our folks bought in our community to have access to the bay. They fish there, they recreate there, they boat there. They frequent businesses up and down the bay, both on the northern neck and further north of that and further south of that. Our residents now feel it's unsafe to go out in the bay. Many of them are unable to get out in the bay with their boats. Many of them don't try to because they don't want to risk their own lives or the damage to their boats. And so as Sherwood Forest Shores Homeowners Association, we strongly urge you to support the funding for the dredging of the Little Wicomico River to enable our residents to both recreate on the bay, but also to visit and enjoy the businesses up and down the bay that they do frequent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, state your name for the record, please.
Kayleen Green. I'll make this very brief. I just want to stress that this goes way beyond just the Little Wicomico River. I am a homeowner on Cockrell's Creek. But there are many other homeowners like me who for many years just came on weekends to enjoy the bay, but who actually live elsewhere. One of my neighbors across the creek was from Buffalo, New York. Another one was from New Jersey. So really access to the Little Wicomico River and the charter fishermen that work out of there is important to all of us that live in the region and even beyond our region, Virginia. And elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Any other comments in support? Any comments in opposition? Seeing none, matters before the board.
Move to approve as requested.
Move to approve, Mr. Bransom. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. Headley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. All right. Moving on. Item number 9, Roanoke Cement Company, VMRC permit application 25-1129. Ms. Burge, I believe, is up.
All right, let's see if I can figure this out here. Okay. Good morning, Commissioner, members of the Commission. It is a pleasure to be back before you today. It's been a while, so my name is Tiffany Burge. I'm an environmental engineer at the Habitat Management Division. I mainly cover Virginia beach matters, but myself and the rest of my colleagues in the division take turns covering those non-tidal projects that are out west of the fall line. So the project before you today is requested by Roanoke Cement Company, LLC, who is requesting commission authorization to construct a new 55-foot by 4-foot clear span pedestrian footbridge placed a minimum of 3 feet above Catawba Creek, situated northwest of Interstate 81 and east of Catawba Road. And this is part of the Roanoke Cement Company pedestrian bridge project in Botetourt County. The project is before you today because it is protested by a nearby property owner. So here's just a vicinity map showing the proposed project location in this yellow marker. If you'll note here, we're northwest of Interstate 81 in the town of Daleville, I believe north of Roanoke. And then we're also adjacent to the Tinker Cliffs, part of the Appalachian Trail, if you're familiar. Here's a project parcel map provided by the applicant's agent showing the applicant's property parcels highlighted in this magenta color. So they own a number of properties out there. The current bridge is located by this gray star here, and the proposed location is indicated by the yellow star to the south. The purpose of the bridge relocation is to accommodate the expansion of quarry activities within their property while maintaining public recreational access to the bridge, which is part of the Andy Lane Trail, and that's a segment that leads to the Appalachian Trail. So the applicant has worked in coordination with the Appalachian Trail Conservancy and the Andy Lane Trail Club to develop this relocation of the trail and the bridge that's before you today. The bridge will be maintained by the applicant post-construction. And then here's just another vicinity map showing the existing bridge in red and the proposed bridge location in green. This is a project plan view. Ordinary high water is shown by the blue. The bridge itself is 55 feet. It's clear span. There's no impacts to the stream. And both footers are located in the upland and outside of the Commission's jurisdictional areas. The 36 linear foot section of the bridge that is over your jurisdiction is shown by the red hatching there. And then this is just a cross section. Again, the jurisdictional component of the bridge is in between those red bars above ordinary high water. Here are some staff photographs taken from our August 7th site visit of 2025, looking up and downstream of the bridge location. The orange marker in the downstream photo represents the landfall location on the opposite side of the creek. And then for reference, these are some photos of the current timber bridge that will be removed upon the construction of the new bridge. As part of our review of this application, we did receive one protest from a nearby property owner, Mr. Joseph Brown. Per his submitted correspondence, his issues are pertaining to not needing another structure over the creek. He's concerned about flooding issues by the placement of the bridge and potential trespassing issues onto private property. As shown here, the bridge and the old bridge and the new bridge are all located entirely within the applicant's property. We're unsure exactly where Mr. Brown is located. We only had an email address provided for us. Staff did reach out to him on a number of occasions to try to speak with him further about his concerns and maybe answer any questions, and we did not receive any response back. We also reached out to him ahead of our site visit to see if he would like to meet with us in person. We still did not hear a response back, and I believe it's in your books, but the applicants also reached out to him directly to try to explain more about the purpose of the bridge and the project itself, and to my knowledge, they have not received any response. While we understand the protestants' concerns regarding private property and flooding issues, the County of Botetourt did approve the project relative to the 100-year floodplain requirements, and staff does not feel that this would cause an increase of flooding in the surrounding areas. Additionally, given the engineered nature of the new bridge that's proposed, we do feel that it will be a safer bridge than the current timber bridge that's there now. And just one point of clarification too, it will not be an additional structure over the creek as indicated by Mr. Brown, but will be a replacement structure, just slightly relocated. We did receive a letter of support submitted by the applicant's agent from the Appalachian Trail Conservancy indicating support for the expanded quarry operations and the trail and subsequent bridge relocation. And let's see. The Department of Environmental Quality and the Army Corps of Engineers both did not issue a permit on this because there's no fill placed within the water and it's not a navigable waterway. And then again, we did receive approval by Botetourt County. So accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by Mr. Brown, and after considering all factors contained in section 28.2.1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff is recommending approval of this project as proposed. If the commission decides to approve this project today, we do recommend that a condition be included in the permit requiring the removal of the existing bridge within 120 days of public access to the new bridge. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you for listening. I do know that the applicant and their agent are here to speak with you today if you have any questions for them, and I'm unsure if Mr. Brown is present.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Any questions for Ms. Burge? All right, does the applicant wish to speak? After that presentation, possibly doesn't need to.
I'm getting a signal that they do not, unless you have
Okay,
questions.
well, thank you very much. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak in support of this application? Seeing none, is anyone here to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none. The matter is before the board. Mr. Branson.
I move to approve as requested with a condition stipulated by staff.
Second.
Second by Mr. Headley. Any discussion?
Commissioner, I'm gonna have to abstain because I've had business dealings with Roanoke Cement in the past.
Thank you, Mr. White, I appreciate that. Anything else? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Appreciate it. Good job. I see Chief Owen over there is awfully looking relaxed these days for some reason. All right, item number 10, Accomack County VMRC permit application 24-2360. Ms. Gorman,
Good morning.
welcome.
I think I've met most of you, but for those that I have not, I'm Claire Gorman. I'm the habitat engineer for the Eastern Shore and for the city of Norfolk. So this morning, you'll be hearing a proposal from Accomack County where they're requesting authorization to dredge approximately 90,000 cubic yards of sand from a subtidal shoal in Waterway Inlet and pump that material north to create about 205 square feet of tidal wetlands as part of a coastal resiliency initiative on Cedar Island, which is located along Burton's Bay in Accomack County. And you're hearing this morning as a page 1 because the project is protested. So for those not familiar with Cedar Island, it is an approximately 7-mile-long barrier island located on the seaside of the Eastern Shore, just east of the town of Watch Creek. So here's a closer view of the southern portion of the island where the project is being proposed. The placement site and the shoal are about 2 miles apart. You'll notice here, get my laser. You'll notice here how narrow the marsh is along the backside of this portion of the island compared to the north. This location on the island was chosen for the project because it's been the site of a series of breaches over the last few decades. And as a result of those breaches and ongoing erosion, the marsh on the lagoon side of the island has decreased substantially, making it vulnerable to breaching in the future. The primary goal of this proposal is to enhance and expand that marsh to prevent a future breach. So this is an overview with the 2 project areas, the sand placement site up here in the upper right, and the shoal dredging site towards the bottom. The polygons on this map depict the private shellfish leases and shellfish lease applications, as well as baler grounds that are adjacent to the project area within Burton's Bay. The private leases are shown in kind of this gold-brown color, and the lease applications are in green, and this blue represents the baler grounds. The darker blue line between the 2 project sites is the general alignment for the pipeline proposed to move the sand from the shoal to the placement area, and these red lines are just the access routes to each site. The shoal dredging footprint has shifted southeast since this application was submitted about 2 years ago. The general footprint of the updated dredge is outlined down here in light blue. The lease application adjacent to the shoal here was approved by VMRC in March 2025. When it was submitted, it was just an application at the time. So 2 of the protestants of this project are adjacent leaseholders. Their leases are labeled here with the distances from the most southern extent of the sand placement site, with Mr. Webb's lease about 4,200 feet away and Mr. Marsh's lease about 2 miles away. So, excuse me, starting with the sand placement site, the subaqueous area is about 205 square feet. The bold orange line here is the mean low watermark, and the blue and green polygons to the left of that line are the jurisdictional components of this project below mean low water. So this blue area represents about 135,000 square feet of proposed intertidal sand flat, and the green represents an area of about 70,000 square feet of proposed vegetated wetlands. This grayed out area is not jurisdictional to the commission as it's above mean low water. Here's just a cross-section of the sand fill area that includes the intertidal components of this project. This area down here outlined in blue is the jurisdictional portion below mean low water where they're proposing to take sand or place sand for the creation of wetlands. Moving on to the shoal dredging. This is the plan view. The primary dredge footprint is outlined in black here. The area outlined in green is the intertidal portion of the shoal that is exempt from permitting. The material is proposed to be hydraulically dredged with a volume not to exceed 89,500 cubic yards. And this material is predominantly sand, so any potential turbidity will be minimal as it won't really linger in the water column. This is the cross-section for the subtidal shoal dredging, not to exceed -3 feet below mean low water. And next, I'll walk you through a few site photos. So these are a few drone photos of the island and the project areas provided by VIMS, which is one of the collaborators on the project. This is the southernmost tip of Cedar Island facing north, and the sand shoal is just southwest of where, oops, that's not the mouse, just southwest of where we're facing. In this photo, we're looking northeast across the northern portion of the placement area. The Atlantic Ocean's in the background with Burton's Bay here in the foreground. This is the middle area of the project site facing east. And here we're facing southwest, looking at kind of the middle part of the project area with Burton's Bay up here in the upper right. And this is just a photo of the Waterway Inlet Shoal. So staff attended 3 interagency site visits, and these are a couple ground shots. This is an overwash area facing Burton's Bay. And this is a dune and high marsh shot facing east, and this kind of gives you an idea of how low-lying this area is. So as part of our public interest review, staff notified 2 adjacent property owners, 2 shellfish leaseholders, and ran an ad in the local paper. As a result, we received 5 public comments in support of the project and 9 in opposition. The comments in favor included letters of support from the Accomack County Board of Supervisors and the town of Waterway. Of those opposed, 2 of them are adjacent shellfish leaseholders, Jesse Marsh and Joshua Webb. The primary concerns of the protestants are in regard to damage to shellfish leases, inaccurate data, and disruption to natural habitat. The Accomack County Local Wetlands Board approved this project in January with the condition that a replanting plan be submitted in the case that the plantings do not succeed. The Corps is still reviewing this project for an individual permit, DEQ waived, and we received favorable comments from both NOAA and VIMS on this project. So the project as proposed does not directly impact any private shellfish leases, and no immediate adverse impacts are anticipated. The applicant and its design partners have implemented the best management practices in regards to potential turbidity and sedimentation. That said, after evaluating the benefits of the project against the potential negative impacts, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. And I'm glad to take any questions. I know that the agent and VIMS are here to speak to the project, and then there are at least 2 protestants present.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Ms. Gorman? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to speak? Okay. I'll get you in a second. I'm gonna let Ms. Gorman step off. Oh, you're fine. I'll afford 5 minutes for the applicant, and since he's so ready to roll here, do you solemnly swear the testimony you provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Chuck Rodley with Stantec.
Go ahead, Mr. Rodley.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Accomack County, as well as the project team that includes Randolph-Macon, VIMS, and George Washington University. This slide is a time loop, and I'm going to run through a couple times to give you some perspective on how the island has changed in the period '84 through 2022. And you'll see, hopefully, here we go. You'll see as the breach occurs that Claire referenced in '93, the islands start to dramatically shift and turn and offset from the northern portion of the island. The area in green is our project area. The area in white is the proposed dredge area. So again, as it shifts through time, you can see how our project area moves into the backside of what is now the southern portion of the northern portion of southern Cedar Island. And because of time, I am going to run through these slides without much fanfare. Claire did point out that this is the project area outlined in black. And in looking at this project, or the photo to the left, you see intertidal pool as well as intertidal mud flat. The area is fairly low. You can see the overwash coming from the Atlantic Ocean to the backside of the island. And we believe that this area represents the highest probability of breach in the future. Purpose being to elevate that area to prevent that breach occurring. Part of the rationale here is in barrier islands, the sand dunes sit on top of a marsh peat. As the storms hit the island, the sand overwashes and is deposited on this living marsh, high marsh behind that dune, as is evident in the northern part of Cedar Island. And then, again, in this example, you can see in the southern portion of the island, we lack that high marsh component. The overwash occurs and the material is lost into the lagoon behind the island. And you can see this quite actively in this photo where the sand overwash has carried all the way to the backside of the island. So the purpose here is, again, to elevate that low marsh to a slightly higher marsh to help keep that sand in the system a little bit longer. Part of the purpose and need, again, for resilience, to allow the system to equilibrate, nature-based adaptation to sea level rise, as well as storms. Also creates a transferable science-based solution to allow others to potentially evaluate this solution for other projects along the East Coast and Gulf Coast. The existing conditions, as you've seen in the photographs, low marsh community, tighter intertidal flats, and then the submerged land behind the island. And then in the proposed condition, high marsh area with some open areas to allow avian foraging and nesting, as well as access to the beach, and then a low marsh area along the backside of the island. Because of the size of the project, likely will involve potential phasing over time. These were two potential options for phasing. And as Claire mentioned, we have a primary dredge area in the southern portion, as well as a secondary. And the reason for the secondary is just because the sand is moving so quickly. We can't just confine the location to one spot. As the sand builds up, we may find that we need to move to within the secondary dredge area. And it's not going to go below -3 feet, but we did our best to move it away from the now proposed, existing lease, to avoid impacts directly to that lease. So we think this to be the best of the solutions available to us. Do have a monitoring plan, was mentioned that Accomack County has requested it. We do have that available, and it was submitted to them yesterday, if I'm not correct or incorrect. And then there were concerns raised at the Wetlands Board meeting regarding oyster, potential impacts to oysters in the vicinity of the project, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that today. VIMS went out on February 10th and did a survey surrounding the island. They found most of the oysters to be above mean low water, the high prevalence. No oysters were recovered in the dredge transects that you see 3 here in this photograph, and that oyster densities were generally much less than they are in Burton's Bay or the Waterway Inlet. And in fact, the data that they provided or revealed shows that the numbers are significantly less in terms of prevalence within the area. And I will stop right there.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker from the board? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. Those who wish to speak in favor of this application, please come to the podium. I saw at least one hand. Mr. Deem? You take all the time you need, Mr. Deem. It's great to see you. Let me swear you in.
Jeff Deem, I'm here today as a...
Do you solemnly swear do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Proceed, Mr. Deem.
I'm a first-time resident of Waterway, so I'm here today. I've watched Cedar Island for quite a few, well, since 1969. Seen it shrink by about 1,000 yards so far. I hate to see that. I've donated 2 sand fence installations to help stop it, one of which was destroyed by a stump that got washed in and swept through the sand fence. The other's done pretty well. So I'm here in favor of this, and if this dredge area is, I don't know how to do this.
Corman, help Mr. Deem.
We're down there. Okay, wrong one. This spot is Dawson Shoals, as they call it. And the dredge area is here, I take it?
Yes.
It'd be nice if it was out here, because this shoal, the inlet used to be the north way to come out of and into Watchbrig. And this is the normal channel. Both are dangerous, very dangerous. The north way is shoaled up. The regular channel is very dangerous, depending on the tides. We've gone out, the last trip we made out of there, we went through about a 10-foot swell that broke on us as we stopped. We got the end of it crested. It swamped the boat over pretty well anyway. I'm in favor of it. I think if this area in here could be drenched as well, it would do a lot to make it a much safer place. In any event, I've watched Cedar Island. It's a great place to fish right inside. It was all through the 60s and 70s and 80s. That was where you wanted to fish, was right up along Cedar Island.
Okay.
Which went out to Dawson Shoals. So, anyway, there you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Appreciate it. Any questions from the board? All right, thank you, sir. Was there someone else who wanted to speak in favor? Not seeing anyone. Anyone wants to speak in opposition? Forward, sir. I swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
Philip Valiant.
Okay, and there is a 3-minute clock on speaks.
Yeah,
Speaks,
sounds
so-
good. I live just outside of this map here. When I learned about the project, I got right to researching it, the goals, what it's trying to fix. Mostly because nothing in the project matches really what's out there today. The biology survey is 2019, not done by VIMS. I tried to get a hold of that from Dr. Karen Gadan. She outright refused to share it. So I noticed that the Oyster survey cited Dr. Snyder from the VIMS Waterway lab, which is just outside of this picture, that was not consulted in any level of this project design. He wrote a letter to me shortly after his retirement, January 1, after 10 years as director. I'm just going to paraphrase it. I have copies here. It was attached to my protest. He developed an ecological monitoring program that tracks many physical and biological features of this system, resulting in an annual report. He declined to provide a letter of support for the proposal. The stability of the island and the project area is naturally recovering from overwash. He writes that the proposal and subsequent letter from VIMS downplay the current physical and biological status of the project site to justify its destruction. The letter from the VIMS Office of Advisory and Research Service should not be viewed as carrying the weight it should. This office has an obligation to the Commonwealth to provide scientific objectivity for the regulatory decision-making process on environmental issues for the Commonwealth of Virginia. In the current situation, the weakness of arguments in the letter and in addressing of VIM's proposed project, it has the appearance, if not the reality, of conflict. To summarize the rest of it, the area is currently growing in vegetation and elevation. The maps shown end in 2022. There was one data set taken in 2019 that does not identify any sort of a trend. He writes that the existing topography, extensive vegetation, and developing oyster reef would resist a storm surge better than what is being proposed. The biology survey notes one species of marsh grass. Currently, there's 4 or 5 year cedar trees just outside of the project. This project pumps enough sand to kill the effective 20, 30 acres of vegetated wetlands at an extent that would take potentially decades-long recovery. That's all VIM's literature in my protest letter as an attachment. So I shared this with the Corps of Engineers, the biologist Autumn Crawford. I wrote her on January 27th, visited the site 5 times. Dr. Hine was nice enough to come out with me. Kind of wrote Autumn what I sort of just summarized, saying that, you know, a lot of wetland stuff, which is outside of this board's jurisdiction, I understand. The maps, the data, the subaqueous, they don't pass the eye test. I have pictures here. Wrote to Miss Crawford at the Corps of Engineers, and she replied to me saying that, I have copies of all this, maybe wants to see it, but she wrote back pretty short. We spoke on the phone for an hour. She said, Philip, thank you for the information. The project is currently withdrawn from review pending my receiving additional information. I had similar concerns to you that you have raised, and seeing as how the Eastern Shore is home to watermen, I appreciate your comments and will look into them. I have already forwarded your concerns on to the agent for their immediate response.
Start wrapping it up, please.
Yes, sir. And a lot of the Corps of Engineers questions are basically, town of Waterway is not near nor across from the location of the proposed project. There's no plan for loss of ecological function. The Wetlands Board replanting plan is kind of the first step of that. The dredge impact map, their map just simply is not accurate. Drone photo.
Start wrapping it up, sir.
Yep. Subaqueous, just not accurate. The last picture, then I'm done here.
This all in the, these have all been already submitted?
Yeah, there's attachments on my protest.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you
Any
for
questions from the board? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Come forward, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Joshua Webb.
3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. All these islands along the eastern shore are constantly in motion, and I seriously have my doubts if they do pump this dredge sand to this area here, that it just won't deflect and then breach somewhere else. Furthermore, you can see this area is constantly building up down here to the south. They might set forth something else in motion if they dredge this area directly behind it, and next storm surge could cause this area to fill in right here that they dredge and shift the island, and it could have the complete opposite effect of what they're actually going for. Also, being a former merchant marine, these dredge companies don't have the best reputation, and the maps for the access don't make any sense. They're not using navigable channels.
Okay, sir. Is that it? Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition? Okay. Ms. Gorman, Virginia Institute of Marine Science, do you have any comments to provide on this? But you have no direct comments in response to what was said?
We have, the letter was submitted as part of your packet.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. All right, matters before the board. Who wants to lead off?
This is a tough one for me.
I didn't hear much about the need to maintain the channel coming in there, and I'm assuming that's part of the reason for this project, more than preventing breach and maybe enhancing a narrow part of Cedar Island. A lot of things we look at are like Wicomico River. Once those jetties were put in, that's gonna need recurring maintenance. This is a very natural area. To my knowledge, it's not man's input that's caused a problem. And I would lean hard towards letting nature kind of play its course unless there is a serious downside to letting that happen. I think the material moved, just my opinion. I live on an inlet on the bay side of the eastern shore. And on the bay side where there's less energy and I can see an amazing amount of sand move in a matter of hours when there's wave energy. And the same thing there. I think everything moved there. I could easily see moving right back on a weekend, like during a northeaster. So I have my concerns about the project.
Thanks, sir. Any other comments on the board?
Yeah.
Mr. White?
So, in 1975, when I was young and stupid, I bought a lot on Cedar Island, and I've got the deed, I brought it with me. And it's a 50-foot lot, and it was oceanfront lot, and then it went back. What I didn't realize is that the lots, my lot is now in the Atlantic Ocean, probably a quarter of a mile, or maybe a half a mile. What I didn't realize is I should have bought a lot that went from the ocean to the sound, to the backside. In other words, the full breadth of the island. And then what happens is your property then moves with the island. My property didn't move with the island. So I've got a nice deed here. Fortunately, I didn't pay much for it. So those islands are moving as everybody knows, they're moving. And to me, doing this is probably a Band-Aid. I don't even know what the cost is. And they're gonna breach somewhere. The islands are gonna move, they're continuing moving. All you got to watch is the news in North Carolina and seeing what's happening down there. All of the Barry Islands move, and there's nothing we're gonna be able to do about it. If the project wants to go forward, I'm not against it, but I just think it's wasted money.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none. All right, the matter is before the board. Is there a motion to entertain? Sorry.
I'd like to make a motion that we support this movement and move forward with the okay.
So I have a motion in approval of the application. Ms. Edwards, do I have a second?
I'd second it.
Preston. All right, sir. So we have a motion to support the application for a permit. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All right, we'll call a question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Hey.
One nay.
I abstain.
And you abstain. Okay, so that is, see, I'm going to get my math right today. I believe that's 5-1 and 1. So that application is approved.
Just funny, just to bring some light to the room. If they had put the spillings on the front side, you could have potentially regained your property, Mr. White.
That's a lot of dredge material. It wouldn't last long. First storm we go on.
I probably stayed in your house sometime. Went over there quite a lot.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Okay, thank you, sir. I thought we had something missing up here.
The water's official now, back here now.
I don't know if that makes me official or what, but it's nice to have it in the hand sometimes.
Here's the deed.
Yeah, now I can pass it off to somebody. I can walk away for a minute.
No, you can hit him with it when you're done to the right.
All right, moving on. Next agenda item is item 11, Teresa Jepson, VMRC application 25-1712. Mr. Johnson.
Hey, Joe. Good morning, my name is Mike Johnson. I'm an environmental engineer. I've been in VMRC going on for 20 years now. And just an interesting point of information, Joe and I started, I think, about the same week at VMRC, so.
Yeah, during my first tour here, yep.
That's right.
We've come a long way, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Lots have changed. I cover the Middle Peninsula area, which ranges from Matthews up through Gloucester, King and Queen, West Point, King William. Today, Ms. Teresa Jepson is requesting authorization to construct a 16-foot by 18-foot open-sided gazebo on a statutorily authorized private pier along Barn Creek shoreline at 1012 Gum Thicket Lane in Matthews County. The reason you're hearing this today is because the project is protested by an adjacent property owner. This is the mouth of the Piankatank River, Gwynn's Island. Barn Creek is a creek that comes off of Milford Haven here to the south. Ms. Jepson's property is located fairly close to the mouth of that creek. Here's an aerial photograph of the location. Again, Ms. Jepson's property is located here, and our adjacent protestant is located just to the north. In this aerial photo, I've gone ahead and circled some other roof structures in the vicinity just to give you an idea that a gazebo or a boathouse isn't out of the nature for this waterway. And there are some that are present even in the view shed of the protestant. This is a ground shot that I've taken from the protestants, on the property line between the protestant and the applicant. This is the applicant's pier you see extending out here. So this is just trying to give you an idea of the view that Ms. Jepson would see from her property. This existing pier is going to be removed. It's going to be extended slightly to allow for a vessel that the Jepsons want to purchase. So the gazebo, which would be located in the pier, would be located out in this general area, and I don't have my laser pointer on. I apologize for that.
There it is.
There it is. Is located right out, would be right out in this general area. Slides don't want to advance. All right, so this is the drawings for the proposed project. This is the plan view showing a 198-foot long pier. I just want to stress that this pier in its configuration and location is statutorily authorized in Virginia under 28.2-1203A5. The gazebo you see highlighted here, a 16-foot by 18-foot open-sided gazebo, is under the 400 square foot limit, but we do under code notify the adjacent property owner, so if they object to these kinds of projects, then there are permits required for the gazebo itself, not the pier. So you are considering the gazebo only today, not the pier. In the cross section here, you see that the rafters start at 12 feet, and we have a 12-to-5 slope, so you can anticipate that the roof tip on top of the structure will be approximately 14 to 15 feet above the pier. Again, the pier is statutorily authorized. Just want to stress that you're only hearing the gazebo structure. Ms. Judy Pfeiffer, the adjacent property owner to the north, is here, has submitted comments outlining her concerns for the proposed roof over the L head. Ms. Pfeiffer advises she has no objection to the replacement of the pier itself and the uncovered lift, but she does object to the proposed roof. She states it will object her view and that it will impact local raptor populations in the area who often nest on roof structures. In summary, staff understands the protestants' concerns regarding her view shed and enjoyment of Barnes Creek. However, we believe the open-sided design of the roof structure only minimally adds to the visual obstruction already presented by the Jepson statutorily authorized private pier and boat lift. Had the proposed roof structure not been protested, it would have been statutorily authorized under the aforementioned code section since it's under 400 square feet in size and open-sided. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by those in opposition to the project, and after considering all the factors contained in 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. Be glad to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Shelton, any questions for Mr. Johnson? Not seeing any at this time.
All right, I believe the applicant is represented today. I do not know if the protestants have come.
Okay, well, let's get the applicant up here first. The applicant wishes to speak. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Your name for the record.
Jerry Ash.
Okay, Ms. Ash, proceed. You have 5 minutes.
I am representing the Jepsons, and I have a presentation that I could make if you all want to hear it. If you would prefer to wait for a rebut for me to give that to you, and if you need it then, I'll be glad to do so and save some time.
Well, why don't you, state what you need to state now. I'll
Okay.
bring you back for any rebuttal if it's necessary.
I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Teresa and Robert Jepson. We understand the concerns raised by the adjacent property owner. However, we believe they do not provide sufficient basis to deny this application. Regarding the views, while waterfront views are understandably valuable, they are not a protected resource under state law. Piers, covered and uncovered, are customary and long-established use of tidal waters. The proposed roof is modest in scale, located in the terminus of the pier, located within the applicant's riparian rights, and consistent with structures routinely approved by this commission. With respect to wildlife, particularly the osprey, they often nest on man-made structures, including roofs and even high-traffic locations such as the Coleman Bridge. However, VMRC has long recognized that the potential for nesting is not in by itself grounds for denial. Importantly, the proposed roof does not increase the pier length, does not require dredging, does not impact wetlands or SAVs, does not interfere with navigation or public use of the creek. This application represents a reasonable and customary improvement that balances the private property rights with environmental protection and is consistent with the Commission's precedent. For these reasons, we respectfully request approval of the project as proposed. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your brevity. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none, I don't think a rebuttal will be necessary today. Okay. Matters before the board.
Move to approve.
Move to approve, Mr. Ransom, second from
Second.
Ms. Kellum. Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Let's see. Back again. Ms. Bird, South Bayshore LLC, VMRC permit application 25-1862. Ms. Bird, go ahead and proceed.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'm bringing you back down south to Virginia Beach. South Bayshore LLC is requesting authorization to construct a 20-foot by 34-foot open-sided boathouse roof structure over an existing boat lift and a 20-foot by 20-foot open-sided gazebo roof adjacent to a previously statutorily authorized private pier serving 1047 South Bayshore Drive, situated along Little Neck Creek in Virginia Beach. This project is before you because the roof structures are protested by the adjacent riparian property owner. All right, vicinity map. So we are in a little cove just east of the confluence of Little Neck Creek and Linkhorn Bay and the Bay Colony subdivision of Virginia Beach. Here's a closer view of the applicant's existing private pier that was statutorily authorized back in 2020 by this commission staff. And then the protestant, Mr. Steve Jones, his property is just north of that at 1035 South Bayshore. And you can also see his existing private pier and boat lift in the frame. Here's a plan view drawing provided by the applicant's agent showing the existing conditions And then here are the proposed conditions for the two roof structures. The boathouse will be 680 square feet, the gazebo would be 400. Both of those qualify for the statutory exemption that Mike had mentioned in his presentation. However, it's protested, so we're here. And then here are the two cross sections for the boathouse and the gazebo roof structure, both about 13 feet maximum height above the existing decking. And then here's some staff photographs of the applicant's existing pier. Boathouse will go over on the lift, above the lift on the left-hand side, gazebo over the existing deck space, L-head on the right. As part of our standard review of these roof structures, we did notify the two adjacent riparian property owners. We did receive one protest from Mr. Jones via email, and we also spoke with him over the phone. I believe he submitted 3 different email correspondence that should be in your book items between December 5th and December 8th. Per his submitted correspondence and our discussions with him, his concerns about the roof structures is that it will be a major obstruction to his water views, ignores a minimum piling count, and has concerns about the potential presence of SAB in the vicinity of the roof structures. So staff visited Mr. Jones's property, and the left-hand picture is a view of his back deck towards the applicant's pier, looking out over Little Neck Creek. And then the right-hand picture is a view essentially from the applicant's perspective, looking north towards Mr. Jones's property. So while we are cognizant of Mr. Jones's concerns, I do just want to clarify a few things. VMRC does not regulate the number of pilings proposed within these existing, or these structures. We also receive annual SAB data from our scientific advisors at VIMS, and there is no SAB present in or near the proximity of the proposed pier. In this case, we feel that the open-sided design of the roof structures only minimally adds to the visual obstruction already present by the applicant's existing private pier and boat lift, and feel that this is an appropriate use of the riparian property owner's rights to access state-owned submerged lands. If you're familiar with this area, you know that nearly all waterfront properties in the area have an existing private pier, many of which are also equipped with similar roof structures. We did receive the approval from the City of Virginia Beach for this work. As proposed, both roof structures qualify for the statutory exemption, as I mentioned, outlined in the code section 28.2.1203A5, and would have otherwise been administratively approved had we not received a protest by Mr. Jones. Staff does feel that the roof structures are appropriately sited above and adjacent to the existing previously statutorily authorized private pier, and for those reasons we are recommending approval as proposed. I do know that the applicant and the agent are here if you have questions for them, or if they would like to say anything in addition to what I've already done. I'm not sure if Mr. Jones or his representatives are present.
Good job. Any questions for Ms. Burge?
I do.
Okay, I got both hands. Let me start with Mr. White.
We received some additional information on February 4th. That was a site plan, sheet 1 of 6. Can you pull that up?
Was that the gazebo?
No, go back. Other way. There you go, right there. All right, on that plan, up right near the water, it says visual easement per deed book. Well, anyway, apparently it's part of the deed. Can you explain that and why the visual easement line doesn't go past the bulkhead?
Yes, so for reference, the property line goes straight from the road and then dog legs this way, and then dog legs again. And what you're referring to is this dash line here that represents a visual easement that is present within the deed of the property purchased by the applicant. The visual easement is restrictive of any structures to be placed landward of the bulkhead, and so no sheds, no privacy fences, things of that nature can be placed within the visual easement in an attempt to protect the view shed of Mr. Jones. There's a little bit of history here that we didn't want to get too far into the weeds in because it has been sort of closed previously, but the two parties ended up in court back when the existing private pier was constructed. Mr. Jones, the protestant at that time, claimed that the pier should not have been approved and therefore was within the visual easement. The court did weigh in and ordered that the easement does not extend beyond the bulkhead, so structures channelward of the bulkhead and otherwise over state and submerged lands were not included in that visual easement restriction, and therefore that the pier was valid and could be maintained there. So that is what the visual easement is. It does not go channelward of the existing bulkhead as weighed in by the local circuit court.
So the visual easement was for things on land only?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Ham?
On square footage that's allowed, I guess, I'm not sure the terminology, but you're authorized to build a certain size.
Yes, sir.
Are you adding the two, or does each, like, is the gazebo and the boathouse each under that maximum? Or together, are they over the maximum?
So we do treat them separately. So for a boathouse, you're allowed to have up to 700 square feet. This boathouse is proposed at 680, which does include a necessary overhang on the right-hand side, and that does not go towards the gazebo square footage. The gazebo is 400 square feet or less, which is right at what is proposed here. So both of those do qualify, and the boathouse is 20 square feet below the threshold of what would constitute a statutory exemption.
But if you add the two together, you would be over the square footage for a single structure.
Right, but we treat them separately. We don't add them
The
together.
code treats them separately.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to speak? Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
For the record, Robert Simon, Waterfront Consulting, here as the agent for the Carides on this application, and they are in the audience this afternoon, for this
Okay.
morning.
I'll forward you up to 5 minutes for the applicant.
Well, I'm gonna make it real brief.
I like
You did a great job presenting it. I'd like to answer any questions the commission may have, clarify any issues. One thing she did bring up, this was adjudicated with that visual easement, sir. It was ruled that it did not extend past the bulkhead. The Jones did appeal that ruling, and they were overturned on their appeal as well. And I have both here if you need them. They're in the record for VMRC already.
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions? None at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone here to speak in support of this application? Nope, okay. It's like an auction, you put a finger up, I'm gonna call on you. Anyone here to speak in opposition? You're in opposition, okay. Do you solemnly swear testimony you provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Gregory Pusey.
Okay, 3 minutes on the clock, please.
Thank you so much. I'm here representing Steve Jones as he's out of the country. These words are his, not mine. Just gonna read it verbatim. I'm adamantly opposed to allowing construction of the roofs of 680 square feet plus 400 square feet for a total of 1,080 square feet. This huge roof will be directly in my line of sight over the water. The adjoining owner has a huge lot and a big pool deck and does not need a huge area built over the water. This may resurrect another lawsuit obstructing the visual easement over the adjoining waters that the courts did not enforce due to, as stated by the judge, he did not think that it was that bad of an obstruction of the view from my property. The owner has included the roof structure in his initial submittal to the VMRC, but removed it to hide his intent to build this huge obstruction during the lawsuit. Additionally, the 400 square feet is for the party room. 680 square feet is for the roof over the boat deck. The party room roof adds additional obstruction of the view. If you do not deny the building all the roof structure, at least limit the roof to the boat cover area. Please deny the request to add the roof structures. Thank you for your time and consideration, Steve Jones.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board for the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing that for the record. Anyone else here to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Matters before the board.
Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Branson first, then Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm always sensitive to the protestants' concerns with regard to viewscape. This one seems to have a lot more history to it, and in light of this already having been adjudicated by the courts regarding viewscape shoreward of, and the deed easement, I don't see any reason why we should not approve this, and therefore I move to approve the application.
Okay, Ms. Kellum?
I will second. I was going to make the same motion. Thank you.
I kind of guessed it, but I didn't want to assume. All right, any discussions on the motion? Seeing none. All right, we have a motion to approve the application. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Agenda item for Stephen Greer, VMRC application 25-1015. Mr. Reams.
Hey, good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Haven't presented since about 2014, so I might be a little rusty. I too started 20 years ago in fisheries under Joe, so. Okay, Mr. Stephen Greer, 25-1015, request authorization to construct a 17-foot by 37-foot open-sided boathouse adjacent to a statutorily authorized pier situated along Chisholm Creek at 202 Cheetah Loop Road in York County. This project is protested by an adjacent property owner. Let's see. Here, highlighted in green is the Greer property. It is located along a cove off of Chisholm Creek where numerous piers, gazebos, and boathouses have been authorized and constructed. Mr. Greer has a 37-foot U.S. Coast Guard registered vessel that draws 2 feet 9 inches and will be stored in the proposed boathouse. Here's a closer look and an aerial image taken from York County GIS parcel map. The protestant, Mr. Spencer, is located to the west. The other adjacent property owner is Mr. Tarpley, and he has no objection to the proposal. This is the agent's drawing. It shows the existing approximately 50-foot pier. And this is the proposed pier extension, and here is the boathouse, which I will show a closer view in the next slide. And in this drawing, you will see that Mr. Spencer's pier was proposed at the time of this drawing. It has since been completed. And if you can see right here, the agent has indicated this is 25% of the waterway along this section of Chisholm Creek. Okay, on October 16th, 2025, the commission reviewed Mr. Greer's request to construct a pier
pier extension and L-head platform, a finger pier, and 2 floating docks, and determined that they all qualified for statutory authorization for private non-commercial piers found in section 28.2 1203A5 of the Code of Virginia. This in highlighted in yellow is the proposed boathouse. You can see some of the depth contours that were taken by the agent to accommodate Greer's vessel's draft. You can also note that, the distance between Mr. Spencer's existing pier and the finger pier located here from Mr. Greer is approximately 48 feet. And here's a cross-section showing a 14-foot height and a 17-foot width. Here's a site photo. This is looking at the existing pier on Mr. Greer's property. To the left is Mr. Tarpley, and he has expressed no objection to the proposal. As staff's public interest review required for the boathouse roof proposal, we notified both property owners, and then Mr. Spencer was filed the objection. In this photo, this is Mr. Spencer's property, and you can note here that the picture taken shows that the Spencer Pier was completed in 2025. Mr. Spencer's, the nature of his objection, are arguing that the applicant's existing pier and proposed boathouse impact his riparian rights. On July 14th, 2025, Mr. Spencer's pier was authorized, and you can see that there is an existing open-sided boathouse adjacent to his pier. Mr. Greer's pier extension was exempted by the York County Wetlands Board as it is outside of their jurisdiction, and the Corps of Engineers has issued a PASTO verification letter. PASTO is an acronym for Piers, Aquaculture, Shoreline, Dredging, and Other Activities. Habitat management staff does not have the legal authority to identify riparian boundaries assigned to individual properties. However, this pier and boathouse appear to be centrally located in accordance with the applicant's upland property boundaries. If the protestant, Mr. Spencer, believes his riparian rights are being encumbered by the proposal, he can seek a riparian apportionment of the waterway immediately adjacent to the 2 properties and have the matter adjudicated by a local circuit court. Had the application for the boathouse not been protested, staff would have determined that the boathouse was statutorily authorized. Similar to the pier structure, as the proposed 629 square feet is under the 700 square feet maximum allowable size as stated in code for a statutorily authorized boathouse. Excuse me. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by the opposition to the project, and after considering all factors contained in section 28.2 1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the agent, Mr. Simon, is here, and the protestant, Mr. Spencer, is here.
Okay.
And I will leave this one up.
That's fine. Hang on, Brad. Any questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Hadley.
So what is in front of us today is just the boathouse. The dock has already been approved.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that?
So what's in front of us today is just strictly the boathouse roof. The
Correct.
dock has already been approved.
Right.
Okay, don't go anywhere. I thought I saw another hand. Let me make sure. We good? All right, you can seat for now. Is the applicant present? Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Are you counsel or you?
I am.
You are. Well,
Yes.
then I can forego one thing. State your name for the record.
My name is Scott Christiniak. I'm an attorney at Wolcott Rivers Gates, and together with Mr. Carl Eason, who could not be here this morning, we represent the applicant, Mr. Stephen Greer. I think the opportunity to speak briefly on this, and I will be brief. I won't copycat the points made by Mr. Reams in the interest of time here. But I would just like to thank VMRC staff for their efforts and diligence with this application. And then I'll note as well that I'm here along with Mr. Robert Simon with Waterfront Consulting, and as well as Mr. Greer himself. The three of us are here to answer any questions or concerns that the commission may have. Other than that, though, we ultimately thank the commission for their attention to this matter, and we respectfully request that the application be granted and Mr. Greer's project be authorized.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the application? Anyone here to speak in opposition of the application? Yes, sir, come forward. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Steve Spencer.
All right, Mr. Spencer, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have no objection to his pier. It's that boathouse, and he says the boat draws 2.9 feet of water. Well, the boathouse is 2.5. So put it on the other side where it's 2.8, that's 3 more inches. And with a 20-ton boat lift is what he's talking about, the beam is probably 10 inches. So that's gonna sit right on the top of the mud. So that's even making it less, you know. I don't know, you know, they're thinking, I mean,
Okay, sir.
just, you know, and I don't know what he was saying about my pier, that pier was already there like in the 70s. It was all falling in. And the last 2 sections, I walked out on it and it gave way. So, you know, put in to have it replaced, you know. So I don't know, you know, what that, but I don't have the money to, you know, put a L on the end of it like I want to, and that's gonna be going over towards his boathouse, so that 48 feet is gonna be shorter than that, so. But if he puts a boathouse on the other side, everything's fine, so.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the comment. Hold on a second. Anybody from the board wish to ask?
Maybe just a clarification.
Yes.
You're not opposed to the boathouse itself, it's just the
No.
location of the
It's
boathouse?
the location, you put it in deeper water, that's what I would, you know.
Understood. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else in opposition?
Have you had conversations with,
Sir, come on back up the podium. Mr. White has a question for you.
have you had conversations with your neighbor about flipping it?
No, I'm trying to build a house there too. So, you know, he works, I work. I ain't got time to always stop and talk, you know. I'm trying to get it done due to the weather, you know. I'd like to live in it this summer if I can, so. I mean, I asked him one time, you know, he's asked me if there's any change, and I said, no, as long as the boathouse is there. I mean, if we can move it, fine. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No one else in opposition? Okay, matters before the board.
I move to approve the application.
Mr. Bransom, motion to approve the application. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. White? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving along. Should be able to get this next one in at least before break. Chief Kenyon, Joshua H. Webb Oyster Planting Ground application. I skipped one. I've had to go back and make sure I didn't skip one. I thought, how did we get to 14?
This is a review of Oyster Planting Ground application 2021-068 submitted by Mr. Joshua Webb in 2021. He is requesting authorization to lease approximately 12 acres of oyster planting ground within Northwood Inlet over in Accomack County. Here's a proximity map. So this is over on the eastern shore there. You can see by the red star. And I will zoom in here in a second to give you an idea of what we're looking at. This is on one of the islands there. You can see the application in green, 2021-068, as well as 3 surrounding oyster leases that already exist, 2 of which are appealing the decision today. So this is an 11.64 acre lot in Accomack County received back in 2021 as required by 28.2606 of the code. Adjacent lease owners and property owners within 200 feet were served with certified letters to ensure they are aware of the project. This applicant submitted all required fees for this application, which is a $500 application fee, as well as a public notice, as well as a surveying fee. The applicant has paid all those fees for this application. Under the review, under 28.2.1205, staff reviews a few different things for these. We review whether or not there's SAV in the area. There was no SAV in this area of the application. We review whether or not it's in a navigation channel. This area is not in a navigation channel, and we review whether or not it's in a condemned area. This application is not in a condemned area. The other criteria that we evaluate is other reasonable uses of the area. The comments did not have any other reasonable uses of the area. They talked about traversing the areas and having planting grounds next to theirs. And based on this evaluation, staff did approve the oyster ground lease application. This was sent to all protestants on this. 2 of those appealed the decision. Their concerns circled around what you see on the board there. They were concerned that the only access to this area is traversing the adjacent leases, disturbing nets and seed, and that it was a soft, muddy bottom. During desktop reviews, staff does try and remove any what we call shoestring leases to reduce conflict. Shoestring leases are generally defined as narrow areas trying to squeeze in between a lease and between mean low water where they're very skinny. With a boots on the ground review, this 12-acre lot does not fall into that criteria for staff, and that was the other reason that it was approved rather. So Code of Virginia 28.2.1205 allows the commission to grant or deny the use of stay-node bottomlands, taking into consideration the public and private benefits of the project. Staff is requesting guidance from this commission to either uphold the approval of this application or to deny this application based on consideration of the objection raised by local residents, comments concerning support of the request, and consideration of the public trust doctrine. And I'm happy to take any questions on this lease.
Any questions for Chief Kenyon? I'll go. Ms. Kellum first, and Mr. Headley.
Thank you, Adam. What would the depths of water be in that area?
It ranges on low tide, it's almost a mud flat, and then on high tide, there's a slough that goes in behind there. It can be anywhere from 2 to 3 feet. So it does vary, as it always does on these barrier islands.
Thank you.
Mr. Headley?
You might have answered it already, but you said that staff had approved it.
Correct.
And then you got opposition after it was approved.
So when staff has an application, we send out letters to adjacent and we collect public comments. If it passes the review of those items that I said, we will send out a letter to everyone who submitted protests, letting them know that staff has reviewed this application, and in light of your comments, it will be assigned. So after that process, 2 of those protestants appealed that decision to come here in front of this commission.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Follow up.
Continue.
The oyster leases that are on boat, well, in front of it and on the side of it, are they cage oyster lease, or are they caged leases?
Yes,
or-
they are generally used clams and have clam nets on them.
So considering it's 2 to 3 feet of water, it's not the easiest to navigate to the piece that's being requested, correct?
Correct. So with any bottom cage or clam net, the regulation requires that any net and/or cage bottom structure can have no more than a minimum impact on navigation. So we do have a regulatory precedent that speaks to navigation on these areas and what nets and bottom structures can impede on that navigation.
Thank you.
Are there any natural oysters there now?
I can't speak to that. I'm not aware.
Mr. White, any other questions for the chief at this time?
So in order to access this, he's got to cross either Walker's property or Terry's property, is that correct?
I believe Mr. Webb, who's the applicant, is here, can speak to that, but it's been indicated to me that maybe on that western side, he can sneak in behind on that without having to traverse them, but I'll let him to speak to that as he knows the area very well.
Good.
Good. All right. Likely you'll be called back up, so don't go far. The applicant here. Come on. Sir, you solemnly swear testimony you provide today will be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Your name for the record, please.
Joshua Webb.
Mr. Webb, you have anything you want to tell us about on your application?
I have some better aerial maps that would clearly pinpoint that on that western side, kind of towards the tip of my application, there's a drain that comes out of that marsh. It's probably 8 feet deep at low water, so there's not gonna be anything from the protesters that will be planning that channel anyway, so I could slide in through there and navigate on the backside.
Okay, any questions from the board? Mr. Hadley?
So I'm not sure which is north or south, east or west on this picture.
It's,
But
it's
you're coming
oriented.
from one of those little guts that are running?
No, the main channel there is to the south, and the map is, the way the map is oriented is correct. It's north to south on the map.
Okay.
Okay. So, this is north up here, south, west, east. This is the main channel. In order for this mud flat to empty, on ebb tide, there's a substantial drain right here that would be too deep to do any aquaculture. So there's access through here with, no impact to the protesters, and then you can come in the backside. Furthermore, it wouldn't make any sense to cross over this area here because this is actually higher ground and you wouldn't be able to get across it. So the way you would access this ground would be through this channel and then come in the backside. So there would be no impact.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Webb, you've obviously surveyed this area and you understand that it's good to propagate the shellfish you want to grow in there. There's been comments in the record about it's muddy, it's not suitable. What do you say to those?
I think those are just ridiculous claims to kind of shut the application down, basically. Kind
And you
of
say you
more
can
so to protect themselves.
And you can transit that slough or that drain, as you called it, from the north southward into the proposed lease that you've applied for, right?
Right, you can, it doesn't show it too well, but if I can pass out some packets if you want, but in the other aerials, you can see there's a deep drain that runs through here that they're not using at all.
But to transition that, what you just showed, you cross 2 leases to get there, is that correct?
Correct, but, I also have in this packet, you can look at the James River, numerous other creeks. There's a lot of leases that the VMRC approves, and we kind of all work together around each other. And in most cases, there is no separation between leases, and you have to cross other leases to get to an existing lease.
Very true. Have you talked to the 2 lessors south of you that will allow you to transverse their property?
I don't think they want to, but assured them there would be no impact on anything. And, you know, the same thing with recreational boaters, they're allowed to cross over leases as long as they don't do any damage, basically.
Mr. Branson.
Yeah, I think Mr. Webb just pointed on to it, and I was gonna say it in comments before the commission, but I'll put it out there now, that when we lease a bottom areas, it gives them, the leaseholder, the right to the bottom up to 12 inches unless they have other permits. It gives them no standing to restrict recreational or other commercial traffic from transiting over their lease. And as well as they acknowledge and understand that if they cause any damage, then that might be a civil action against a boater of some time. But they have no standing to keep people off of the water that is above their lease that they have not secured, you know, that 12 inches off the bottom. And chief or council can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no standing here to restrict Mr. Webb or any recreational vessel from transiting over top of an oyster lease.
That's correct. Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this application? Come forward, sir. Are you counsel?
Yes, I am.
You are. Thank you then. We'll skip that step. Your name for the record.
My name is Paul Schmidt. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Poolbrook, Plumlee, in Virginia Beach.
Okay,
I'm here on behalf of the J.C. Walker Seafood Company, and I'd like to address the board.
Yep, 3 minutes, please.
Regarding this application. If I could just start out by pushing back just ever so gently on some of the comments made by Mr. Branson and by staff. We would respectfully disagree that this is not, in essence, a shoestring lot. I think a review of the geometry and a discussion of how difficult it is to access this particular parcel speaks to the fact that it is indeed a shoestring lot or a lease. I would know for the record that this started off as an application for 24 acres. It is now before you on 12 acres. You're going to hear the testimony of Mr. Rob Lawson, a man who spent a decade working that property, talking about how wide the actual usable strip of this lease is. And I think you're gonna find that it's a much smaller subset of even the 12 acres that is being applied for. I think that while I appreciate staff's comments, I would suggest that the commission exists to evaluate some of these intangible concerns captured in 28.2-1205, where it talks about the impacts to adjacent or nearby properties and the leaseholders. And I think that that's what I would ask this board to pay attention to when you're listening to the protestants, the leaseholders to the south of this particular lot. Because I believe that, as we've already heard, this is a dynamic environment. Sand and material is moving around. And while what may have been 2 to 4 feet of water may actually be less, there's a fairly substantial tidal throw in this area. The potential for gear to get impacted is quite high. And I'm gonna ask that my clients speak to those issues. If you would please just have that in the back of your heads when they are speaking. I'd like to start with Mr. Kenny Walker, who can talk to you about the history of this.
Counselor, I'll call him up.
Thank you.
This is our board.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, Counselor. It's just fine. Are you done for the moment then?
I am done for the moment.
All right, thank you, sir. All three of you intend to speak? Yes, sir. Okay, let's swear you in all together at the same time, save some time. Solemnly swear the testimony you provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, next speaker, please. And 3 minutes on the clock, please. You may proceed once you state your name.
My name is Kenneth Walker. I, along with my brother Revel, are the owners of J.C. Walker Brothers. I'd like to speak to you some about the history of our lease. J.C. Walker Brothers and his partners have had and used lease number 16646 since 1956. It was transferred from a partnership to Walker Brothers outright in the 1970s and was most recently resurveyed in 1993 by our company. At the time of the most recent survey, Walker Brothers attempted to expand the lease and apply for the totality of the ground in question, but were denied on grounds that the deepwater slough needed to stay open for navigation to the guts in the marsh on the north of the lease. We were attaching a letter from Tom Perkins, who worked that ground at that time as well, which substantiates our claim of the VMRC denial in the 1990s. Because of the deepwater slough, what we're presenting to the board is that the applied ground is not really as much usable area as it seems. The lease Walker Brothers holds has been resurveyed several times over the years because the ground shifts slowly over time. There is only a small portion of the applied for ground that is actually usable for aquaculture purposes. The ground is filled in about 50 feet past our current border for a stretch of about 600 feet lengthwise. Mr. Webb is not getting 10 usable acres that can give each other adequate space to operate, but only a very narrow sliver directly adjacent to our area, or what's been referred to here as a shoestring lease. Mr. Robert Lawson has been working the adjacent parcel for over a decade and has also protested the application and will testify as to how only a small portion of the lease is usable based on over 10 years of working that ground. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I have a
Any
question.
questions for the board? Yes,
sir.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Walker, if you could use the pointer, which lease are you a holder of here?
J.C. Walker Brothers, this lease right
You
here.
got that one, and who's the one that's below you?
Robert Lawson.
Okay. And what's the one over there to the top right?
This one here?
Mhm.
This is the H.M. Terry Company, another aquaculture producer out of Willis Wharf.
And the one below it?
That, I don't know.
Okay, I don't see any information. Yes?
Kelly?
You mentioned a deep water slough that I guess maybe watermen would use,
Yes, ma'am.
and staff told us there was no navigable channel there. But can you point out exact?
Well, our argument is actually, the majority of the lease being applied for here is actually a slough. There's about 50 feet on the north side of our lease that has filled in, and that would be the only usable area for clam aquaculture.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question?
Mr. Brent?
Yeah, Mr. Walker, why would you care the commercial risk that the applicant is taking for that strip of lease? Why would it be your concern, other than he's a competitor of yours, perhaps, if he succeeds or fails with the shallow water or the mud conditions? I think he's probably surveyed it and he understands the commercial risk he's taking.
Our concern, and my brother and Robert are here to speak to this as well, that with the dynamic tide on the seaside, we're concerned that he will not be able to access his lease at low tide or get out of it without crossing over our lands, and that, as I stated, there's not an adequate buffer due to the small percentage of the ground that's actually usable that's being applied for, that he'll be able to give us room to navigate in and out.
Follow up, sir.
Yes.
But you understand that your lease is 12 inches off the bottom, not to the surface. So whatever the water depth is at high tide, mean low tide, if it's over 12 inches off the bottom, that's not yours to deny others to use, whether it's recreational or other commercial traffic.
Yes, sir, on a good low tide, this entire flat will ebb out, is our concern.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker. You've been sworn, so state your name for the record, please.
Robert Lawson.
Mr. Lawson, thank you. 3 minutes on the clock, please proceed.
I just need to say, I've had clams there for, I guess, 12 years now or more. And the whole piece of ground, I guess it's like a 50-foot strip of the application piece. It's only like a 50-foot strip, any good. The rest of it's soft or sink up to your knee. It's no good. And most of it, you could never put a clam net there. And on the western end, like where the gut is, we were talking about, that's too deep anyway, but where it crosses other two, the outer two pieces of, the walkers in mine, he said it's 8 foot deep, but it's nowhere near that. A month ago, we walked across it wasn't 6 inches deep.
Any questions? Mr. Branson?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just like to add that in my course of being appointed to the commission years ago, that I have gone out with a number of watermen, clam growers, oystermen, and I am absolutely amazed, stunned even, as a commercial captain myself, at the low water that you maneuver in. I have been duly impressed by Cherry Stone Aquaculture and how shallow water they can get me into the back channels of places that I would never dream of going in my little skiff, recreationally fishing. So if it could float, I have no doubt you watermen can get in there and out of there. I would never go into some places like this.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? You had something you wanted to follow up with?
Yeah, like I say, on a real low tide, you cannot get the boat up in there. You have to be walking across beds of clams. I mean, you may get it up in there a little way, but it's not an 8 foot channel going up in there by no means. It's water when you get in there, but you have to cross a bar and all. So you'd have to walk across 20 rows of clams.
Okay, that's fair.
And plus, outboard, cutting it, like you say, if somebody gets off course, 50 feet, they run over 10 nets of clams.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Seeing no other questions at this time?
If it was such a thing as like a buffer zone or something in between the two pieces, I mean, you can't plant right against each other. You would have to, it would be, if you skip the place 30, 40 foot or whatever, it would be, what's the word? It wouldn't be any usable ground then.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker? Name, sir?
Rebel Walker.
Walker. Welcome. 3 minutes on the clock. Please proceed.
Yeah, so I came back to the company this summer after my uncle died. This protest had been in for years before I came on board, but when I came back to the company, one of the first things that I did was I reached out to Mr. Webb to see if he could have a meeting with me and Mr. Lawson to see if we could discuss all of the concerns and see if he could come up with any kind of accommodations. We set a meeting, which he did not show up for, but called my vice president, who asked would he be willing to consider adjusting the lease by 50 or 60 feet. Or we'd be willing to either pay for the lease or trade grounds from some other area. He called me back the next week. I've paid anywhere from $500 to almost $2,000 an acre for leases before, and what he requested for it was far higher than what I considered a reasonable starting point. And the grounds that he asked for, considering how I have here, it's really just such a narrow area to work with. He asked for basically 11 acres of prime usable ground that I have hundreds of clam beds on, which I did not think was a fair trade either. To answer some of the previous questions, like Mr. Bransom asked, why do we care about such a narrow slip? Well, as Kenny explained, we actually applied for this area years ago and were denied. So we have operated that flat with the understanding that it wouldn't be taken up and approved for, and staff actually initially denied this. So we care because we've been using this area to its full potential, and he's basically applied for this to try and steal that little bit of strip that we've been using. Having applied for it before and been denied, I guess if is denied, we would be interested in trying to apply for it again. Another question, you said crossing over in very shallow waters, but that was with a light boat during ideal conditions. The nature of any kind of aquaculture work is you're working in the lower half of the tide cycle, and you're loading your boat up very, very heavy, and you're going to be doing this in any kinds of conditions. So the potential to be blown off course with a very heavy boat is high, and to say that someone is going to only cross over when the tide is up would mean we've got a 6-foot tide swing. So it would mean, say you only cross over a couple hours after high tide and an hour before the next high tide, someone would be out there for 8 hours to do something that only takes 2 or 3 hours. I think that's an unreasonable expectation to make.
Okay, Mr. Walker. 2 questions. One for you specifically. I just want to make sure we're clear. You do not have any product in the area we're talking about currently, correct?
This is our product. Mr. Lawson is a cooperative employee of ours. So he grows.
Do you have
tomatoes.
product in the area that's under this application currently,
Yes.
without having a lease to that site?
Oh, to our.
To yours, but I'm talking about the application site.
The application site, no, sir.
Thank you. Just want that for clarity. Chief, I'm going to have a question to you about the denial, if you have any record of it.
I talked to council yesterday, so I was made aware of those comments. I don't have any denial from that 30, 40 years ago on record that would indicate either way. So I was not able to find records of that denial.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
Just some clarity if I could, that the comment was made, essentially how I interpreted a portion. I also had the same question about denial product there. The last piece I just wanted that clarification on was essentially your request is to deny this, and then your follow-up action will be to put in for it.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Good. Ms. Callum?
Just trying to get a better understanding of your denial, which we don't have on record. Did you apply for this as a separate parcel, or did you apply for what you have now and then it got reduced?
We applied to resurvey the lease that we had, and when the surveyor came out, he suggested that he did not want to allow us to take the whole area and that we should stick with just over top of the flat that drains out. Back then, it was kind of a different area. We wouldn't, or a different landscape, you know. We wouldn't have been protested by another grower. We would have been protested heavily by crabbers and fishermen who, at that time, didn't want aquaculture to exist. And we would have, my dad and uncle would have to, you know, basically fight for every lease that they tried to get at that time. So, you know, we were suggested, if you go for this whole area, you're probably not gonna get it, so you should just stick with this spot. So we were under the understanding that that area would not be approved for, and that's why we have not tried to reapply for it since.
So, for timelines, we don't have anything on this. When did this occur?
Roughly 1993,
Okay, 1993.
I think, in the 90s.
All right, any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you all very much. The applicant has a chance to,
Thank you.
yep, thank you. Applicant has a chance for rebuttal. to 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I think it's very apparent, based on how hard they're fighting for this, that this is extremely valuable ground, and the proof is kind of that if this is denied, that they're gonna turn around and apply for it themselves. The surveying employee was Daniel Faggart, and I think he would go on record to say that he thought this ground was very suitable for aquaculture, and he walked the entire thing.
I understand, sir, but obviously you can't speak for a staff member, so, but thank you on that. Any other questions, follow-up from the board members for the applicant? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Matter is before the board. Mr. Headley.
I understand the opposition of it, and they talk about the tides getting in and out of it in a 50-foot strip. I feel everybody, Mr. Webb and Mr. Walkers and them are all watermen that work in this area and understand that this area is dynamic and you have to work it on tide schedules and stuff like this. And another thing about leases, especially all over Virginia, everybody knows that a 10-acre lease could only be 2 acres of it that is viable for any type of aquaculture, anything. So with that being said, I make a motion to approve the lease.
I will second it.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Mr. Headley, a second by Mr. Bransom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Any discussion?
Yeah,
White.
the fact that nobody can prove that this was denied back in 1990 or so, are there no records that go back that far, or how
Chief?
is that handled?
We do have records that go back to the 90s. I was unable to locate anything from yesterday. That doesn't mean that it exists or it doesn't exist, but really any denial does not prevent someone from coming in tomorrow and applying for this area. This denial is also back in 1993, so 30 years really changes dynamically this area anyway. So what might have been denied in the late 90s, we've resurveyed and put boots on the ground today to reevaluate, but no denial in the 90s would present anyone else in the last 30 years from applying for this area.
Was that an application back in the 90s? Did you find that?
I was not able to locate any of those that had a denial for this area. Records going back in the early 90s are boxed and papered, and they're difficult to find. So I won't say that it doesn't exist. I was not able to find one.
That's fair. Thank you.
Just real quick question,
Preston.
and Chief might be able to help. We're not voting to approve this lease because it's already been approved. We're just voting to uphold it.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Staff
Yeah.
has reviewed this with 1205, with marked navigation channels, SAV, condemnation areas, and other reasonable uses. Based on that criteria, staff did approve it. It was protested, appealed by the protestant, and it is in front of this commission today to either uphold the approval of staff or to deny it.
The applicant himself might actually have some product already on it.
It has not been assigned yet, so
Oh,
until
okay.
it's
Got
actually
it.
assigned, they cannot use it.
Okay.
That's where we are, tracking. Okay.
No, good question.
Yep.
Any others? No other comments? All right, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor of upholding this authorization, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
White, please note, Mr. White, any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank y'all very much. And with that, okay, we timed that perfectly. And I know the next agenda item is going to take a little while. So we will take a recess for lunch. It is 12:19 now. We will reconvene at 1:15. 1:15. Oh, that's a continuation of that. That project's been going on for years. That's been going on. Yeah.
Crowd's cleared out, man. Clear out, brother.
As far as the
As soon as that ended, Daniel called me. I thought he was calling you.
he's here today. I can make that happen. Well, the thing is, I have to.
The less you say, the better.
I have to have this on you anytime. It's not, it's gonna say, yeah, I can hope. I have that. So, and I had one of those change. Because they, like, demonstration course, I represent exactly correct.
Hey, that's your street, so it's my name. Nobody did.
Yeah, full-time, I served in Pleasant Cement, Jepson, I could be in this role for like 3 months, or 3 years, I don't know. Or I could be the full
All right, what do we have? We have the ORP, shellfish method. We did, we have.
Hey, don't curse it.
Yeah, no jinxing, right?
Yeah, that's okay. Here to support. We had 2 months off. Right?
Yeah. Almost, it feels like almost 3, because it was December 2nd was the last time we were in here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So we should probably keep us 3 meetings worth. Yeah. That's a joke.
Almost.
That's a joke to everybody here.
All right, I'm gonna call the February 24th meeting of the Marine Resources Commission back into session. Let's see here. Deputy Chief Button, request for the approval of the 2026 Oyster Replenishment and Restoration Plan.
All right, I guess I get to say good afternoon.
I'm gonna recuse myself before he starts.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right, I guess I can say good afternoon now. We made it through the lunch hour there. Hopefully there's no lag from the delicious lunch we had there. But my name's Andrew Button. I'm the Deputy Chief of Shellfish Management and the head of the Oyster Conservation Replenishment Department. I've been with the agency since 2014, and most of the locations we'll be talking about today, I've actually been out in the water and personally observed what's going on there at some point in the recent past. So this is a lot of what you're going to be hearing from my presentation is firsthand experience as well as data and all that goes into that as well. So with that, I'll give a little bit of an overview. We're going to be asking the commission to take 2 separate actions regarding the request for approval of the Oyster Replenishment Restoration Plan. That includes approval of the plan, which is sort of an outline of the planned primarily replenishment and restoration activity, substrate planting that we'll be doing each year, and then a separate motion from the commission to approve the procurement procedures, which sort of allow the agency to take certain actions that are a little bit separate from the normal procurement act process that other agencies go through that are specific in code just to the oyster replenishment that the commission can undertake. So with that, I'll give a little bit of background, and then we'll get into the details of the plan that you'll be approving today. So VMRC has been at the forefront of oyster restoration and replenishment since the inception of the Conservation Replenishment Department in 1929. So it's actually one of the largest oyster restoration programs, if not the largest restoration program in the world. Each year, between $4 to $10 million is expended on this program, and these funds are from a combination of sources sort of detailed in the later sections of your packet there, but primarily general funds, approximately $4 million each year. There's no indications that that funding will be different this coming budget cycle. And then funds from a number of sources, so everything going through in the plan, that funding, and then the summary of those proposed projects. This plan was approved by the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee. There's been some minor edits, but largely this plan was vetted through that advisory committee at the January 29th meeting. So a brief status, or as I like to call it, the State of the Oyster Resource Address here in February that we give. The State of the Oyster Resource is strong, but in general, the harvest trends here recently have been pretty stable or increasing. So what you're looking at here is long-term public and private harvest going back to the 1960s. Again, here's a little bit closer snapshot of more recent data. 2024-2025 season is still preliminary, but is probably going to be pretty close to that. And what we're seeing here is off of public ground, somewhere between 250,000 to 300,000 bushels of harvest coming in every year, about 300,000 to 400,000 off of private ground each year. So in total, that's the approximate annual seasonal harvest of oysters coming into Virginia each year. In that previous graph, when you were seeing harvest in the millions of bushels, that was when the private fishery was primarily dominated by seed planting, transporting wild seed, primarily from the James River, and then reharvesting it on private ground. And that's still done today, but not nearly on the millions of bushels that were done when you were seeing those levels of harvest in Virginia. So a little bit of background on how we come up with where our replenishment activity is going on. So every fall, in collaboration with Virginia Institute of Marine Science, VMRC staff samples close to 10,000 acres of the best and most productive oyster grounds in Virginia. We're taking 1,600 of these patent tong samples that are actually measured and tallied on the back of the boat there, and we're counting the volume of live or brown shell that I'll be discussing here later in the plan, as well as the number of live oysters and the buried or subsurface black shell, so you can tell through this survey whether or not the oysters were harvested or whether or not they sank. We can sort of tell in those samples, each area, the sort of condition of that resource. And that goes into planning for harvest seasons as well as replenishment, what areas are most in need of shell. One of the things that really is a driver is, again, that data, and what we're looking for is the level of brown shell volume. There's a chart later in your packet that shows you sort of area by area specifics if you want to get further into the details of that. But really, I want to draw your attention to two important things here. And again, just for reference, what you're looking at here is an entire year's worth of samples all plotted on a graph, and this is the volume of shell on one axis and the number of spat on the other. And really the goal of replenishment is to have there be physically enough room of oyster shell exposed so that there's room for spat to attach to it. So 5 liters of shell roughly would cover half of this lectern in front of me with one single layer of oyster shell. 10 liters of shell would roughly cover the entire area, and those are somewhere between the levels that we're actually planting directly on top of productive oyster rock. So it's not enough to cover up live oysters, it's just enough to physically give that oyster location more room for spat to settle and grow out into marketable oysters. And this is largely how this has been done for roughly the last 20 or so years as part of that plant and rotation cycle, which started, as you can see here on that green line, about 2005. And really, I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's kind of hard on the eyes, but you see these two lines. The orange line is market oyster density. So imagine right in front of your desk right here, that's about a square meter. Up at 18, that'd be 18 market-sized oysters right in front of you. So that's the sort of what you're looking at there, as well as you know, what's going on there. And what you're seeing is two lines. If they're going in opposite directions, like you see here, harvest is going up, the number and density of oysters is going down. That's what's triggered management action in the past in terms of reducing effort. But when they're going up and down together, or even better, when harvest is stable or increasing and the market oyster density is stable or increasing, usually that's a good sign of management. And over the last several years, you can see that those lines are tracking in the right direction together. This is just a snapshot of one area, and it sort of shows the impacts based on that patent tong survey, that's what the PT stands for, of pre-harvest, so the condition of the oyster resource before harvest, and the condition of the oyster resource after harvest, or when an area would be in need of replenishment. So not always does every harvest area get to this level, but when it drops below that 10-liter threshold on brown shell volume, or even below that 5-liter threshold that you're seeing there, that would be an area that we target for that replenishment activity. And this is just an example of post-harvest impacts in Area 2 in the lower Rappahannock from previous years. So that's the background on the why and how we make these determinations. And I'll pause there before I get into the specifics of where we'll be putting seed, shell, and alternative substrates if there's any questions on the background of how we came up with these areas.
Mr. Prancer.
Andrew, how often do you sample these areas? You do pre-harvest and then post once, or many times in one particular area, like Rappahannock, Area 2, you got so many areas in the Rappahannock. Some are large and some are very small.
So every fall we sample all of the major sort of areas in the survey. So that includes
before the harvest.
Before the harvest starts. Sometimes there's a little bit of overlap depending on there's only so many days and the season starts, but most of the areas are surveyed before. And then on a case-by-case basis, depending on effort and sort of needs and targeted replenishment, in some locations, some years we'll do these post-harvest surveys. But this survey takes roughly 40 days, 30 to 40 days on water. It's a pretty intense effort, so that amount of boat time twice a year would be a little bit restrictive. So we focus on the fall survey where we do the majority of these areas and then resurvey portions in the spring as needed. And we'll do ad hoc surveys in addition to that as well.
All right,
All right.
proceed.
Okay. So the first portion of the plan is related to seed transplanting. So what you're seeing there is just a quick snapshot of some work from years past using some of the last remaining buy boats on the bay, moving seed. After a lot of discussion at Accomack, this is going to be a somewhat smaller seed program than years past. Fortunately, a lot of the areas that have we normally plant seed in have had some really good recruitment that happened to be coincided with increased shell planting in those areas. And unfortunately, in terms of market conditions, the market has been down a little bit this year, so some of these areas are likely still going to be in pretty good shape, and there's not as much need for moving some of that seed. So this year's effort is going to focus on primarily moving seed to one location, the Cone River, which is a tributary of the Potomac. With input from Accomack last year, we planted a new shell plant in the upper James River Jail Island location. Our Pattongue survey that I kind of went over with a little before indicated this did very well. It got extremely high sets, hundreds of oysters per square meter in front of you on that new shell that we planted. And this year we'll focus on moving that seed from that shell plant, approximately 5,000 to 7,000 bushels, to that area in the Cone River, which is historically a hand tong area and gets very low recruitment. So it's one of the few ways that you can get oysters to those Potomac tributaries is by actually transporting the seed. So that's all we have right now planned for the seed program. Normal years would be 15 to 20,000 bushels, maybe a little more going to more areas, but those areas are in pretty good shape, and that funding will be shifted to shell planting, and that I'll get into later in the plan. Moving on to shell planting here. So this is where the sort of meat and potatoes of the replenishment plan is. There is on page 325 of your PDF document there, or page 10 of the eval, there's a more detailed chart of all these areas, but this is a brief summary. We're going to target roughly 417 acres of those existing areas in the survey for shell planting. A typical year, we might do 600,000 or 700,000. But again, the areas that are most in need and the areas that were open to harvest are somewhat lower than in previous years. So that's going to be a somewhat smaller program in those areas. But that gives us an opportunity to target some additional areas that haven't been planted in many years that I'll be going over later in the plan. But those areas are primarily in Wicomico, Upper Rappahannock, and Blackberry areas in Chesapeake Bay. So the shell planting plan, generally we seek to plant the largest quantity of comparable shells for the lowest area dependent price. So that price of $250 to $550 varies on primarily the location of where the shells are, whether that's a shucking house or a location in the river. And that price really depends on how far those shells are being transported. And again, we're going to be using a combination of house shells, reef shells, and dredge shells from local deposits. There are currently 2 permitted locations for that fossil shell, or more correctly, reef shell deposits in the lower James River. One here at sort of the mouth of the Nansemond River, we call it Nansemond Ridge, and a newer permitted site that we hope to focus on in the footprint of Craney Island's eastward expansion project. So if we can target these shells this year, we're going to try to remove these shells prior to that eastward expansion, making them unavailable. And if we work in these areas, we're going to try to focus as much of those shells being removed prior to that expansion and look at expanding in those areas in the Wicomico and Rappahannock areas as well with those additional shells. So this is a quick summary that will focus on areas that I mentioned would be on page 10 of your eval that have seen the most effort or in the most need of shell there. Again, they're sort of color-coded there if you see on that chart from most in need to least in need by area. And then focusing on those new areas, because fortunately a lot of the areas that we currently survey are in pretty good shape in the Rappahannock, Wicomico, and Blackberry Hangs area. We'll look to expand that successful seed planting in the upper James River at Jail Island. If we have the shells available and we're going to potentially lose them to that eastward expansion, we'd like to get those out and make sure they're put to good use in that area. as well as looking at rehabilitating the direct shoal sanctuary there. If those shells are coming out of Craney Island, make sure that that is in good shape as well. So that's the summary in general of where shells will be going this year. Again, we vetted this pretty thoroughly there at the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee meeting, but if there's any specific questions on that, I'd be glad to take them now, or I can keep moving through the ORP.
Are there any questions so far? Seeing none, continue.
All right, we have generally, each year, we have a somewhat smaller shell planting project on the seaside eastern shore. And we've expanded that recently to include some bayside shell plantings. We'll be continuing that program this year with a combination of general funds and non-general funds to plant one area in the Pungateague area at the bayside, and likely another area out of Oyster Harbor on the seaside eastern shore. In addition to all the shell planting, we have a number of locations that we've experimented with in the years for alternative substrate or stone. What you're actually looking at there is number 57 gravel, commonly planted in your driveway, completely wrapped up in, you know, couple-month-year-old oyster spat there. So we've really kind of perfected this technique on either harvest or closed areas, depending on the size of substrate that we use. Smaller stones, obviously, are more suitable for harvest areas. Larger stones, more suitable for areas close to harvest. You may see in your plan for those paying close attention to million-dollar numbers that we have a very broad range of alternative substrate, and we don't anticipate using the majority of those funds unless we have issues with acquiring quantities of shell to complete the rest of the plan. So we're gonna focus on sanctuaries in the Rappahannock that are existing, maintaining those. And then previously approved and permitted work in the Mobjack Bay. And we have a number of locations permitted on harvest areas that we would likely only utilize if something happens and we're not able to get large quantities of house or reef shells to complete the rest of the plan. I know I went through that pretty fast, but if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them. But again, we're asking for two specific things. One is approval of the plan as presented, and again, that's sort of an outline, and if anything doesn't fit in that plan, we'd likely come back to the commission with it, but if it does, that gives the division the authority to proceed with it. And then that approval of the associated procurement procedures, which are on page 8 of the evaluation there. So again, that gives us that special authority to use some procurement procedures that are different from the current procurement acts.
Deputy Chief, and just to clarify, you know, as the process of this, when we get to this point, we'll need 2 separate motions for this, correct?
That's correct.
We do one for the first approval, one for the second separately. Okay. With that, any questions from board members? Mr. Hadley.
Thank you. I heard you say that there was some small changes made from SMAC's recommendation for this. Can you elaborate on the changes that were made?
Sure. So after SMAC's input, the original plan had more seed being planted in the upper Rappahannock and the Wicomico Sound area. And after discussions on the condition of the oysters in those areas as well as the season, SMAC felt that, you know, reducing that to just that one location was appropriate. And then there was some input regarding focusing some of those additional shells that we could have from reducing the seed in the normal scope of the program into those new areas that I touched on in the Wicomico Sound area, Upper Rappahannock, Blackberry Hangs areas, as well as some discussion from some of the folks in your area there about making sure that Fleet Point and Dameron Marsh area, we made sure that those areas were in need as well. So those are the primary changes, was reducing the seed program and focusing the shell planting on both areas most in need related to harvest effort that they were seeing, and then those new areas in those locations I just mentioned.
Thank you.
So in these sampling areas that you started out with, do you do the same the same areas every year? Or you rotate locations? Or how do y'all kind of do that?
Sure. So each of the sort of established reefs is a polygon or a shape. And with the Patentong survey, we go to a random grid within that area and sample that every year. So it's not physically the exact location, but it's the exact reef every year. And that survey is adjusted to make sure that the number of samples are representative every 5 years to ensure we're getting really good information. Then on top of that, we do have a separate dredge survey where we go to the same GPS coordinates on a number of reefs and do that as well. So it's a combination of the same spot and then a subsample of the same larger, whether it's 20 or 30 or 50 acre reef that is sampled there.
So when you put shells back, where do the shells come from?
I'll go back to that picture there. The most of the shells that we've been planting recently are coming from 2 permitted locations, so they're buried beneath the mud in the lower James River. So they're sort of 10,000-year-old shell deposits that are hydraulically dredged every year, and that's where the majority of our shells come from that are planted on these areas. Then somewhere between 50 to upwards of that 50,000 to 60,000 bushels is typically planted from shucking houses every year. It's been higher in the past, but that's usually about our availability. And there's one additional source of shells, which is a seaside inlet out of Oyster Harbor where shells are just on the surface and they're dredged up and planted. So those are our 3 main sources of shells. So these locations you're seeing here where they're hydraulically dredged, sorted, and washed, shucking houses, and that local deposit on the seaside eastern shore.
Good, okay. Any other questions? Mr. Hadley.
You talk about replenishing the sanctuaries in like the Rappahannock and all. If it's a sanctuary and it's not supposed to be worked or anything, why is there money spent on replenishing it?
There can be natural causes that cause them to be depleted somewhat. There can be other causes that we're not sure exactly what they are. But again, monitoring generally shows that in most locations, most years, some of these sanctuaries are maintaining, and in other areas, some years, for various reasons, it appears that they're not. So we try to treat them as, not just as an oyster sanctuary, but as a control, if you will, to the harvest areas. So we try to treat them in a similar way. And make sure that the resource is maintained in both, understanding that there's a need for comparison and ensuring that there's robust brood stack adjacent to these harvest areas is important as well. So it's an indication that the area either needs to be expanded or could be expanded, or maybe there was a low recruitment year and oysters eventually, they could shift around there a little bit, or they could have gone somewhere else, and those areas are just in need of replenishment, so they're targeted just like any other area.
Thank you. So I have a question, just from a personal point of view, is occasionally, people eat clams, they shuck oysters and other things. If clam shells got mixed in with oyster shells and put back on a reef, would they have any bearing on the spats? Will the spats not attach to a clam but will to an oyster shell?
Nope, they love clam shells just about as much as oyster shells. Truck tires don't, but other than that, no, we've built reefs before with surf clam shells, conch shells, clam shells. So they probably do end up mixed in there. It's just a matter of there's less shucked clams sort of locally available, but we've used them in the past when there's been primarily surf clams were used, but oysters like them just as much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Andrew. We'll take public comment on this. Someone here who would like to speak on this item, for or against? It's a positive thing. You do? Mr. Hodgins? You were sworn in earlier, sir, so.
Just briefly, I just want to state that the Virginia Watermen's Association supports the replenishment plan that staff has put together.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hodgins. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Matters back before the board. We are gonna need, if you could put that back up, Andrew. So in order to move this forward, we need 2 separate motions. Mr. Brantz.
I move to accept and approve the replenishment and restoration plan.
All right. Have a motion. Second from Mr. Headley. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. I need a second motion.
I also move to approve the procurement actions as briefed by staff.
Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. You've got a plan to go work on.
All right, we'll get rolling, appreciate it.
It's a good thing. All right. Next up, or you have the next item too?
I think I'm staying put, so.
You are lucky today. I noticed the chief walking out. I was like, hey,
Chief Kenyon's lucky.
I tell you, the Chiefs
He and
are really
Randy
having it
would-
made today.
He and Randy would be the only ones up here.
Yeah, I know. They're having a good day today. All right, emergency regulation. There's a proposal to adopt emergency amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 720 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest to adjust the 25-26 public oyster harvest seasons and areas. Walk us through it.
All right, let me flip through my book, make sure I'm in the right place. Here we go. So Joe already Acting Commissioner, Mr. Grist there already introduced us there, so I'll skip over that. But this was touched on in an earlier agenda or public discussion, but here's the code section that we'll be working under, 28.2-210. So we're gonna be, again, asking the commission to take sort of two separate actions. One, at the end of this, is determine if an emergency exists. And then two is to adopt regulation to address that emergency if it's been determined that emergency exists. So that's the background on the authority we'll be acting under today, and then I'll get into the request. So at the January 29th Accomack committee meeting, there were some discussions about the impacts of ice and primarily market conditions. Just for collective reference, what you're looking at here is a map of the areas in Virginia that are open to harvest this harvest season. Not all of these areas are currently open today, but this gives you a snapshot of the areas in their totality that were open during the 25-26 season. This is everyone's favorite / least favorite chart, but it's what we have that folks are used to, but really the goal every year is to try to have overlapping areas to overlapping gears so that harvest effort isn't over-focused in any one geographic location, and so that marketable oysters are available throughout the totality of the oyster season. If you stretch these boxes out, you have longer seasons. If you condense them, you have a shorter season, but all these areas are different sizes, and through many years and lots of advisory committee discussion, this is sort of the how we've established these seasons. Some areas are open for rotation, others every year, but again, that's just sort of an overview and background of how this has worked. The specifics through that Accomack advisory committee meeting were requests regarding the Tangier and Wicomico Sound rotational areas. So these areas here are in a standard 2-year rotation. This is an area that was open this season out of rotation, so we're not discussing that right now. And these two areas off of Saxis are not really in a set rotation. We're sort of working on that, but these are the two areas that were discussed primarily at Accomack. The concerns coming out of that advisory committee meeting were the depressed market conditions resulting in low harvest effort. Again, anecdotally, I've heard on this side of the bay some harvesters working as little as 3 or 4 days in the entire month of January. This is the area of the bay, I have some maps showing it, that was probably the most impacted by ice. It's sort of one of the more northerly areas, and with that northwest wind, particularly Saxis area, had some of the most severe ice this year. And the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee request was for a 2-week extension to March 15th. The other area that came up in the advisory committee meeting was Area 2 in the Rappahannock here, as well as some discussions about how any change there would impact the season in Area 8, which is currently closed. So this is Area 8 in the Rappahannock here. This is Area 2 in the lower Rappahannock. Again, there was depressed market conditions resulting in somewhat decreased harvest effort. Again, this is mostly anecdotal, but a lot of the comments or commercial fishermen I've talked to have indicated, losing 1 or 2 market days consistently a week rather than, so still working 3 days a week rather than working 3 days a month, which is some of the locations. So I'm not saying each individual was more or less impacted, but as a whole, the Eastern Shore side seemed like the market conditions were a little worse over there. Again, ice is not a evenly distributed impact. Some locations definitely had more severe ice. Harvesters who are tying up further up creeks or who are working in wooden boats are definitely more impacted. It kind of depended on your vessel and where you were tying up, how severe those impacts were. There were additional concerns brought up at Accomack, which was a condition of Area 2 resource. It was actually in worse shape than when this area was last open as part of a 3-year rotation. This area was extended the last time it was opened for almost an additional month, and then was opened for 2 weeks out of that normal 3-year rotation. And that may be related to why the resource was in the condition it was prior to this season. The advisory committee's request was an if-then request. It was a request that if the commission were to close Area 2 early, then Area 8 be reopened for that same period of closure until March 15th, which was the original date that Area 2 is still currently in regulation scheduled to close. I grabbed these from the Mid-Atlantic Ice Analysis Ice Concentration of the National Ice Center. This is actually showing you, I tried to pull snapshots of when there was no ice, when the ice really started to show up, and when it got really bad. A lot of these locations, including Deltaville and Saxis area, either had staff go to or personally observed harvest activity or ice on these days. January 15th, again, you're seeing here this year, there's not a lot of ice impacts. Basically, red is bad, black is right there, sort of frozen solid, just for reference, but there's not much ice as of January 15th. By January 30th, you're seeing some impacts here in Saxis and likely along these creeks, where if you're far up a creek, you're getting into some skim ice, but really open water for the most part. It seemed like the peak impact when ice really started to impact both sides was around February 10th. Again, you can see Tangier, Saxis area, almost 80-90% coverage in ice. And these creeks on shore where you're seeing that color change, likely the open waters of the Rappahannock have some ice, but far up in creeks where people are docked, likely that was sort of the peak ice time starting there February 10th. By February 13th, that Friday, a lot of the ice is starting to break up. Again, there might be some locations pretty far up creeks where there might be some more issues, but again, it's getting thinner, less coverage. Still some issues over there. That was that Friday. By that Tuesday, they didn't have any ice maps for the 16th for some reason, but anyway, on that February that 17th, that Tuesday, you're again seeing most of that ice breaking up, and then by the end of that week, this is just sort of a little bit of skim ice on the surface that you're seeing here. And on the western shore, Rappahannock areas, you're not really seeing any impacts by ice at that point. I don't believe it's gotten cold enough for there to be much more than a skim here and there currently. So based on the best available data that we hear from the National Ice Center and personal observations, anecdotes, it seems like worst case scenario, as much as maybe 2 weeks were lost to the worst impacted harvesters, and that could be on this side, but a larger portion of the harvesting folks on the Seaside Eastern Shore were probably more impacted, whereas folks on this side, a portion of them definitely probably lost 2 weeks, but those areas as a whole were being worked at least somewhat during that time period. Again, there's that code section for reference that we'd be working under, and staff has the recommendation, a two-part again, asking the commission to make the determination of an emergency, and then to determine what action they would like to take to address that emergency. And again, just to summarize, the SMAC request was an if-then for that Area 2, and that there be a 2-week extension in the Wicomico Tangier Sound area. The draft regulation as written doesn't have any changes in the Rappahannock. It just has that 2-week extension currently in the Wicomico and Tangier Sound. I don't believe, from the resource perspective, that we would make a determination based on the pre-harvest and any subsequent harvest of reaching that 50% threshold resource-wise in Area 2 right now that would trigger a closure on that level there from a staff perspective. I'll be glad to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Button. I'll start with just one, just from the ice maps you have, you don't have to put them back up. Was Tangier Island completely iced in during this period?
Yes.
All right, Just for clarification, thank you. Got the answer. Any questions from the board? Mr. Button? Mr. White?
I'm doing this from memory, but it seems to me a year ago, we were looking at this same chart. The boxes may have been moved around a little bit. And as I recall, we made some changes, I think, or we took some of your proposals and we agreed to them to make some changes. Did anything come of those changes? Were they positive, or was it negative, or was it a wash, or what was it? Because I imagine, are we gonna look at the same thing again this year?
I guess each year, I guess the staff and Accomack and this commission sort of adjust the season, so we try to sort of balance resource concerns. What we're seeing data-wise is, you know, generally the resource is improving. Harvest is staying stable, so I think that's a good thing, and probably sound management. I guess the longer-term impacts will be harder to tell. But right now, things look like they're not getting significantly worse or better, which is usually a pretty good indicator that we're at about the right level.
Anybody else have a question or a comment? Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I'll allow, oh,
I do
I'm
have a
sorry.
question.
So
That's okay.
please, go right ahead.
I believe it was this exact time last year that we asked for a 2-week extension. And we were told that we couldn't at this late of date ask for a 2-week extension. That we could not put in an emergency request. And maybe that's what you're referring to. So I guess I'm kind of,
Well,
Your memory's better than mine.
That wasn't actually the opinion. The opinion was that because it hadn't been put on the agenda or in any way given public notice that that's what we were doing, and it was being raised by a board member, and I had no information about how long it had been known that we were going to do that, that we couldn't do it spontaneously at a board meeting.
okay.
This has, it's on the agenda. We let the public know we're doing this so that they have an opportunity to come and comment if they want.
so we're in a good place on this if we want to take any action. I will allow some public comment on that, but first, Mr. Headley.
I got a question for Andrew. I guess your professional opinion, if we did put extensions on Wicomico and Tangier Sound and the Rappahannock Area 8, in my opinion, it would be better to keep 2 open and extend 8 to take pressure off of one or both at the same time. What's your opinion on that?
I'll be careful with my opinions, but I'll go with resource concerns. Is generally when more areas are open, that's less of a concern. But the big difference between Area 2 and Area 8 is Area 2 is in that 3-year rotation. Area 8 has not been in that rotation. It's been having these short 1-month seasons every single year, and has been really doing quite well. I mean, we're seeing oyster populations increase there as well as harvest numbers. This year's going to be an off year likely. Increase there as well. So it's hard to determine if that would be a good thing or not. If all the boats in Area 2 went to Area 8, it wouldn't really matter that Area 2 was closed. Yeah. But obviously if they were half split up, it would be less of an impact to Area 8 as well. But I guess the other thing to touch on is this side of the bay, there's other areas that are open, whereas Tangier, Saxis area, it closes at the end of the month. So there's Pink Tank, Mobjack, James River, and Blackberry Hang, where harvesters on this side have to the 15th, and then the James River to the 30th, whereas the Eastern Shore, their season ends at the end of this month there for the most part.
They've had a very hard winter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing none, we will take some public comment on this, since I have the understanding with the intent that this emergency regulation request would actually be allowed to basically die at the end of March. We wouldn't be coming back for another hearing in March on this because there's nothing to extend at that point.
Correct.
Okay, so let's make sure we get some public comment on this then. Is anyone here who wants to speak in support? Mr. Hudgens, and you have been sworn in earlier, so just state your name for the record, please. 3 minutes on the clock.
Back again, busy today, and J.C. Hudgens, Virginia Watermen's Association. Good afternoon, Commissioners. January was a very bad month for watermen oyster in Virginia. Market conditions and quality issues affected the fishery. Out of 22 possible days to work, that's all you had possible to work, and that doesn't count any weather delays, but 22 open days to work, watermen weren't able to work from 7 to 11 days. And I talked to 4 buyers. 2 buyers didn't have market for 11 days, and 2 buyers didn't have market for 7 days. That's out of 4 buyers. So that was over 50% reduction in the amount of time that they could actually work. Cold weather and ice the last week of January actually added to this problem, 1 to 2 days, depending on where you had your boat tied up at. I would like to ask this commission to consider a 10 working day extension from March 2nd to March 13th in Area 8, Rappahannock River, because of the above reasons. I would also like to state that SMAC, and I'm on SMAC, we made a motion, properly made motion, and second, that Area 8 would be looked at for a possible extension if Area 2 wasn't proved to be productive. And that's been the problem. Area 2 has not proven to be we're only 3 weeks going into 4 weeks of a month-and-a-half season in Area 2. And its production has dropped dramatically and the quality is down. So a lot of people ask me, what is the emergency? The emergency is we need to move away from Area 2, but I still would like to see Area 2 stay open because we have some watermen at Broad Creek and on the Middlesex side that if they so desire, they need the opportunity to be able to stay in Area 2. I don't think it's gonna hurt a thing in the world. I think it, like Spencer said, I think it will definitely take pressure off of Area 8. I don't think all the boats will be going to Area 8. So I would like to request, and the Watermen's Association would like to request, we leave Area 2 open. In conclusion, I think the watermen are actually asking this commission to be able to recoup some of their lost time in January, which was over 50% of available days to work. So if that determines an emergency, that's for y'all to declare, and we think it is. I know if you have a job, if you lose over 2 weeks a month out of your pay, it's definitely an emergency. It's gonna affect you. So please be considerate of the lost time that the watermen have, and that's all I got, and I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Branson?
J.C., as I understand it, Rappahannock Area 8 is closed now.
It is.
It closed in January?
January, correct.
And so what you're saying is to open it until the 15th of March?
It'll be 10 working days, reopen it from March the 2nd to March the 13th.
And then Area 2, which is in a rotation area.
Yep.
And it's
scheduled to stay open to March 15th.
It is already scheduled, or is that what's proposed?
Yep, no, it's scheduled.
It's scheduled to stay open until March 15th?
It's in rotation,
okay.
yeah. But I feel there's a few boats, production has dropped so much, I got a couple reports this morning that they're not even catching the 16 bushel limit. 8 bushel is the norm there now. It's taking 3 to 4 hours to do that. So the production, one area is really bad quality. Some of the offshore areas are doing a little bit better. So that's why I would like to see it remain open. If the people want to elect to go to Area 8, because it is a much better quality oyster, they will be able to get their limits earlier, then I would be fine with that, but that's up to y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Hudgens. Any other questions for the speaker?
When you say
Mr. White?
bad quality, what do you mean by that?
Well, what the buyers, when they buy the oysters, they want clean oyster shells. Well, it's a reef in Area 2 that has been planted, and there's been a lot of strike in that area. And a lot of the watermen won't take time to be able to knock the spats off, the 1/4 and 50-cent size baby oysters. And some of them you're not legally required to, if the spat hugs the oyster shell and you're gonna damage the oyster to try to knock it off, But if they're around the edge, then you're supposed by law, you're supposed to knock those spat off. Because that's your future growth, that's your future oysters. So, yeah,
You're creating voids in the basket.
yep,
Yeah.
they're not getting a bushel of oysters.
Any other questions? Thank you, J.C.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it. Anyone else want to speak on this item? Well, Mr. Everett, and you were sworn in earlier.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, the severity of this winter, the weather on those oyster guys. I mean, as a buyer, not an oyster buyer, but of other species, I've heard a lot of complaints. It's really affected a lot of people in multiple different fisheries, but definitely the oyster. So any extra days they could get would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nate Everett, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board? Mr. Headley?
So is this a two-part? So do we have to make a motion to determine that emergency does exist first?
Yeah, I think I can do
I mean, if you want to do it separately, you can.
Put them together.
You can do them together.
Yeah.
Just making sure to find both of them when you make a motion.
We're just gonna be very clear on what we do here. If you wanna just keep it clean, very clean for the record, and do the first one as a separate motion, we can do that, and then we'll get into the weeds on the second one.
Yeah, Commissioner, then
Let's do it.
what I would motion is for the commission to determine and declare an emergency exists that requires an emergency regulation.
And a second, Mr. Headley, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we've made the declaration of emergency. Let's move into the fun part of the motions. Where is this gonna go?
Motion to extend Tangier and Pocomoke Sound for 2 weeks. Andrew, that was asked. And motion to open, along with in that motion, to open Area 8 till March the 15th. From March the 1st through March the 15th.
And that was with the intent of the motion maker to keep 2.
I didn't make a motion on 2 because it is currently open.
I just want to make sure we're clear about this. Okay, so we have a motion to extend Tangier Pocomoke by 2 weeks and also to open up Area 8 from March 1st to March 15th. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Preston. Discussion of the motion. Mr.
How
Brandt.
does this, Andrew, how does this track with what Shellfish Management Advisory Committee wanted and what the watermen have relayed to you? Is that what they're looking for?
I've heard that the committee was an if-then, and I've heard from both sides where there's oysters available, so it's, some are saying that they'd like Area 8 open, some are okay with it staying closed. I think it's one of those, again, that's just anecdotal from what I've heard.
Yeah,
but I
because
think,
this gets, when we get into this, for the last few years I've been sitting here, we get into the chart, it gets real confusing if you're not a waterman in a boat on the Rappahannock or all these other areas. It's tough to tell where all these places are. And then my other question is, how does that affect your replenishment plan?
Sure, so right now, Area 8 is not part of the replenishment plan because it does not need replenishment. Area 2 is definitely gonna need replenishment and is on that 3-year rotation. So if Area 8 were replenished, those oysters, if they did strike, would be in a similar condition to Area 2 where they'd be small and you'd be knocking them off. But again, right now, that's sort of the major difference is Area 2 is in that 3-year rotation. There's plans on replenishment. Area 8 has been open for that short season. And is currently in very good shape because a lot of the replenishment that didn't go to other areas in the Rappahannock went into these locations.
Okay.
So it could shift things, but again, we wouldn't know that until after this season.
And you survey, right?
Okay. Any other comments, questions? We have a motion on the table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We stand in emergency, and there is no intent for a March hearing that has been handled at this meeting. All right, moving. We have the, all right, item 17, discussion, update and information on the 2026 speckled trout cold stun event, and Mr. Simpson.
Let's get this loaded up here. All right, so good afternoon, Commissioner and members of the commission. My name is Ethan Simpson. I am a supervisor here at VMRC. I oversee the research and surveys unit of the Fisheries Division. This includes the biological sampling program, MRIP, as well as the observer program. And it's in that capacity I've been asked to come up here and give a brief overview of the 2026 cold stun event that we experienced for speckled trout, and a little history on that, what North Carolina does, and just FYI for the commission. So what is a cold stun event? It is when speckled trout and other finfish overwinter in estuarine environments. They're exposed to water temperatures that fall below that fish's metabolic thermal minimum. If those conditions are harsh enough or persist long enough, you do see mortality occur. This can occur in one of two ways. You can either have ice and snow melt cause a rapid drop in temperature in shallow areas. That generally happens earlier in the winter. Or you could have prolonged exposure to below average air temperatures that'll keep that temperature low. That seems to be the case in 2026, that it was that prolonged cold spells from the end of January into early February that caused these mortalities to occur. These episodic events can range from just a few fish in a few areas to many thousands of fish across the state if the correct conditions occur. I also want to include that per the 2022 stock assessment, this species is experiencing overfishing, but is not currently overfished. So this map in front of you is this is a rough estimate of where these kills occurred. All 6 of those locations are areas that I'll say trustworthy source has vetted, whether that's VMRC staff, harvester information, or DWR staff. Shouldn't be said that these are the only places that these kills occurred. These are just the ones that we have had staff or other sources verify visually that at least 25 fish were observed in these locations. We began observing these cold stun fish beginning on February 3rd of 2026, following the severe weather events. And over the next week or so, reports continue to arrive from the public and DWR regarding the southern area and Mobjack Bay regions. So the field observations continued. We observed high volumes of fish at multiple locations in the southern area, chiefly around Rudy Inlet and Little Creek. DWR staff observed high volumes of fish in the Ware River while conducting their normal annual surveying events for other species. We have commercial watermen that did some reports, and we got a letter from Visa dated the 8th of February that cited social media posts and their own public observations of cold stun fish. As far as commercial landings go, prior to these events, about 40,000 pounds of the 51,000 pound quota had already been reported to VMRC. After the cold stun events, we did reach out to buyers to determine if any of those fish ended up in their shops. We determined that a high volume of speckled trout was being purchased at that point, which prompted a closure of the commercial fishery on the 12th of February. A little history, this is something that happens. So periodic cold stun events are a recurring phenomenon here in Virginia, and notable mortality has been occurring for the last 15 or so years since we began monitoring it. Most notably in 2014, 2015, the winter of 17 into 18, it actually began in December and continued through January, and most recently as 2025. The only time we, the commission, have taken action was at 2014. So at the request of the public and FMAC, VMRC instituted several regulatory responses in 2014, including a closure of the recreational fishery through July 31st of that year. That was also when we instituted the 5-fish bag limit with 1 fish greater than 24 inches. We went to a bycatch only commercial fishery at 80% of the quota and established weekly buyer reporting requirements during the peak months of harvest. Those subsequent cold sun events, 2015, FMAC's recommendation as well as the commission's idea was having taken those steps in 2014, no additional input was needed. Both the 2017, 18, and the 2025 cold sun events, no regulatory action was recommended, none was taken. And I do want to briefly mention how North Carolina, who shares the stock with us, approached this same issue. It's as much as it happens here, it seems to happen just as much, if not more frequently, in North Carolina. They do have a protocol in place that they use as guidelines. I would like to say that ultimately the decision to close in North Carolina is dependent upon their director. They have these guidelines, they can work outside of them, they can work within them, it varies year to year. But generally what they do is manage cold sun closures through an adaptive approach. They take into consideration the size and scope of a kill and the temperature exposure. When I say size and scope, what I mean is numbers of fish in size. They constitute a kill as at least 25 fish being able to be counted. And then scope is how far across the state do these kills occur. To get at the question of temperature exposure, they actually have a program that has 80+ temperature loggers throughout the state. They're not real time, you do have to go and download them, but that is how in the past they've been able to confirm these temperatures exposures, or after the fact go in and pull that data and see if what they expected was reality. You can see here that their triggers are 8 consecutive days at 41 degrees water temperature, or a single 24-hour period at 37.8 degrees Fahrenheit. I would also like to note their closure in 2025, North Carolina closed their speckled trout fishery. They based that closure on the size and scope and confirmed those temperatures before making the closure. 2026, they only closed based on the size and scope. They had staff out and about, but they did not actually retrieve that temperature data until after making that declaration. So you can see that while they're guidelines, they are, at the discretion of the director.
Excuse me, are those temperatures based on water temperature or air temperature?
That is based on water temperature. And so before we get into questions, I will note that all of this plans to be taken in front of FMAC on March 10th for a much deeper discussion, and hopefully come back from FMAC with a recommendation to the commission.
Yeah, so for the benefit of the members of the board, we asked for this update for today. We know we have gotten a lot of public interest into this. In fact, even at the halls of the General Assembly, I've gotten a lot of questions up there from constituents while I've been walking up there. So we wanted to give you update today. We are taking action at the commission. Since the commercial industry side, that commercial quota is already closed for the season, the September 1, August 31 season. That's a moot point now. We've already reverted that. The recreational, we have a little time to work with what we want to do there. So by updating you today, we'll take it to FMAC as the plan. And then we'll be bringing it back. If there's action needed, we'll bring it back hopefully at the March meeting. So with that, questions for Mr. Simpson, I just want you to let you know what the general plan is we have from the agency.
And I will say that we have received a number of comments from the public. I believe it was 6 in favor of a recreational closure. I've received 1 comment saying no closure recreationally or commercially, and then 1 comment stating support of a recreational closure, but to retain that incidental catch for commercial.
Yep. Any questions for Mr. Simpson? Him and his team do a great job out there collecting for us.
No problem.
All right.
It's easy when they just float up at the boat ramp.
Yeah,
So.
I wish it worked that way. Except in the summertime, it's not a great smell.
Easy on the gas, too.
All right, thank you. We're looking for an update next month.
Thank you all.
Okay, item 18, license status request. Chief Kenyon does get to come to the podium today. I know that we have a large number of requests that you're prepared to handle today. I'm going to call them in order, and if they're here, we will take them up. So let's start. Chief, are you ready? You good? All right, so I'm going to start calling names. So first off, is Mr. Eric Christopher Jenkins here? Mr. Eric Christopher Jenkins. Officer, check in the lobby. Is Mr. Eric Christopher Jenkins in the lobby? Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move to next, Mr. Jeffrey West. Mr. Jeffrey West is here. I'm going to assume that's Mr. Jeffrey West. All right, thank you, sir. Come up, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
Jeffrey West.
Mr. West, you have 3 minutes. Please state your case.
Well, I'm basically here because I got incarcerated in 2025, and I was uneducated about the law, where if I never purchased my commercial cards and license, that I would forfeit them. And while you're in prison, you got so much going on, and for the last 3 years, I've just been through a lot. I lost my house, lost my son, and then went to prison, and this is basically my livelihood, so I'm asking the board to show mercy on me and give me my license back so I can work. I'm willing to pay all the back fees and everything.
Okay. Mr. West, specifically which licenses you're asking for? I'm assuming already a commercial fishing registration license. Is there another one as well?
My crab pot license and oyster license.
Okay.
I worked since I was 14 years old to get enough money by the time I was 25 to purchase them. And I hate to lose them because I was uneducated and went to jail because of it.
All right, sir. Thank you. I'm going to call Chief Kenyon up for a minute, but don't go too far. Can you verify the license information for Mr. West for the board?
Absolutely. Yes, he has in the past, I believe it's in your packet as well, in 2024, both the user fee, crab pot, and a commercial card. The user fee and the commercial card need to be purchased in the prior year for them to continue. So that is part of the regulation that he is asking for to go outside of, is you cannot purchase your 2026 Oyster user fee without purchasing that 2025.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Questions? Yes, Mr. Headley.
Chief Kenyon, you said in 2024 he had a commercial card, a crab pot license, and an oyster user fee. What happened to the crab pot license? Or is that something that would be reinstated, or where did that go?
The regulation doesn't speak to what happens to the crab pot license, so it is something that could be reinstated with a commercial card.
Okay.
Any other questions, either for Chief Kenyon or Mr. West? All right. Is there any action by the board that wish to be taken today on this request?
Has he applied for his licenses since he's gotten out of prison?
Yeah, I tried to, time my feet reached,
Could you speak into the mic?
time I got out of prison, I made a call up here and made sure I could come and get them, and he said I had to come in front of y'all to see if I could get them reinstated because I didn't know I had to purchase them in 2025 because I was in jail. I thought I could just get out and purchase them in 2026. So I tried.
Yeah, unfortunately, and specifically on 2 of these, there's no way to easily reapply for commercial fishing registration license. You go back into the 2-year delay process unless you can purchase one from somebody else with oyster user fee. If you don't pay that fee, you're out unless the commission brings them back in, which I know we have a history in certain situations of doing that.
So he would have to get back in line.
Yes, and for oyster user fee, he'd actually have to be looking for a transfer from somebody else. So he'd have to, and there's usually a civil cost to that as well. Beyond what you would pay here, there's a transfer, usually it's a commodity. So, last had them in 24, didn't have them last year. Is there any action by this board?
Question, more or less, any violations on license, and not to get into your personal business, you didn't have to serve time due to anything related to on the water, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I don't need to know why, I just want to make sure that was not part of it. Any violations, Chief?
Yeah, I believe it's part of your packet, but what I'm looking at is the most recent one in 2022, possession of uncalled oysters, 2017, possession of uncalled oysters, and everything back over a decade or older.
Yeah, I worked my whole life for this, and to be uneducated about the law, you know, I mean, it's my fault, but, you know, when you're in prison and stuff, you gotta keep your head on a swivel. And I hate to lose my livelihood and end up back in the prison because I got child support, I got restitution. So if y'all can help me save my livelihood and keep me out of jail, I would greatly appreciate
I
it.
will remind the board that if you were to reinstate the Oyster user fee, the standard practice is they back pay for the
Yes.
years they did not pay. We work on a motion.
Commissioner, I have a question.
Go
for
ahead.
you. Is that with no commercial fishing registration license, a waterman's card, how do you function without the oyster fee if you don't have a commercial card?
He's asking for reinstatement of
Both?
everything.
Everything.
Yeah, of all my license.
And maybe this is a question for Chief Kenyon. How many commercial fishing registration licensed individuals do we have? Are we limited to the number?
Give or take 1,200.
1,200, we're not limited by a certain number? Because this is a delayed entry. If you're a new person on the block and you apply for your waterman's card, it's a 2-year minimum unless you buy into a transfer, correct?
Correct, and I believe that's why he's asking for the reinstatement of that license as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I'm going to ask for a motion and to see if I get one or not.
I would make a motion that we let him reinstate his licenses. I mean, he knows what he's in for paying for it. He served his time, and it's up to him to come up with the money and do all this stuff. And I'm not sure why we should deny it.
Okay, I have a motion to reinstate, and that it would be for commercial fishing registration, oyster user fee, and of course, crab pot eligibility.
And I second it.
And I have that second, Ms. Edwards. Any discussions on the motion? Seeing none, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor of the reinstatement, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? The ayes have it with one abstention, one nay from Mr. Ransom. All right, sir, you will work with Chief Kenyon after this meeting as far as getting yourself reinstated.
Hey, I really appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir, thank you for being here. All right, I already know that Ms. Hume will be next month. All right, Mr. Kenneth Heath Jr. Clear. Mr. Leland Withrow, I believe you are from this morning, sir. Thank you for sticking out. All right, Leland, I'm going to get you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please make your case.
My name is Leland Withrow. I'm 19 years old. I live in Pocosin. I've been on the boat with my dad, Brian Withrow, since I was young, and working around that and liking it and enjoying it. And I had the opportunity when I was 15 to buy a oyster license and commercial waterman's card and worked hard to do it. And then as I was through my whole youth, my dad kept up with all that the whole time until I was older, until I was 18. And then come to find out, I was uneducated about it and didn't know I had to purchase all of it, the oyster fee, the other stuff, and didn't get it. And come find out when I bought it this year, it couldn't get it. So it put me out for a while, and was hoping I could get it back, work it out some kind of way, and pay the fees and everything else that I have to do, and hopefully do it and get it back.
Okay. Chief, can you give us an update on his license?
Absolutely. So unlike the last one you hear, he did buy his commercial card, but he did not buy his oyster user fee in 2025, which makes him ineligible to be a purchaser in 2026. So the request would be to reinstate that oyster user fee license. All his other permits, such as an eel self-market permit, are not eligible licenses in this case. Violation history, he's got no violations. He's got a clean record as far as summons in our database.
And he did have his oyster user fee purchased in 2024?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're just looking at the Oyster user fee for 2025 to be repaid and issue it for 26.
Yeah, if he repays in 25, then he would be eligible for 26.
Got it. All right, questions from the board? Ms.
Did you not oyster in 25?
I did it, but I was on private ground the whole time. Working private ground, not public ground.
Okay.
I have one question.
Preston.
The commission has definitely made it easier to purchase license as of this year online and stuff. And even through that process, once you renew your waterman's card, as we'll call it, it shows you everything that you had purchased the previous year. And if you go inside of an agent to do it on site, they're very good too about saying, would you like to purchase everything? Did you elect not to? I just don't
So,
understand.
At that time, my father was still doing it for me, and he had it all under control and stuff like that.
Paid for your waterman's card in 25, but nothing else.
And I didn't know about that. I was uneducated about it, and I didn't know. And
Now you do.
you got that right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Not the first time I've heard this. Yeah. Any other comments? All right, need a motion if we're gonna do anything.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, I'd like to make a motion that we grant it back, give him back his user. Of course, you have to pay it back.
Yes, sir, yes.
All right, and then you get it back and don't ever come back in here asking again.
Got that right.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
That was a lot of seconds on that one. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You heard what they said.
Thank y'all very much.
I don't want to see you up here.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all
But it's
very
good.
much.
Thank you for waiting with us today. All right, moving on. Mr. Stephen Ayers. All right, record so Mr. Ayers is not present. And Brandon Balsor, I apologize if I'm doing that name wrong. No? I think I know the next one is here.
I got a question.
Oh, go right ahead.
Before we get that far, they've made a point to get themselves on the agenda for a possible license reinstatement, and they don't show up. What do we do about future?
The list in front of you is a comprehensive list of everyone who has contacted staff between January and February and has requested a license. Staff, due to regulation,